Section 14 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Rody. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 28. Francis I and Charles V, Part 14. In the civil as well as in the military class, for his government as well as for his armies, Francis I had, at this time, to look out for new servants. He did not find such as have deserved a place in history. After the deaths of Louise of Savoy, of Chancellor Duprat, of La Tremoille, of La Palisse, and of all great warriors who fell at the battle of Pavia, it was still one more friend of Francis I's boyhood, Anne de Montmorency, who remained, in council as well as army, the most considerable and the most devoted amongst his servants. In those days of war and discord, fraught with violence, there was no man who was more personally rough and violent than Montmorency. From 1521 to 1541, as often as circumstances became pressing, he showed himself ready for anything and capable of anything in defense of the crown and re-establishment of order. "Go hang me such a one," he would say, according to Brantome. "Tie you fellow to this tree. Give yonder one the pike or arquebuse, and all before my eyes. Cut me in pieces all those rascals who chose to hold such a clock case as this against the king. Burn me this village. Set me everything ablaze for a quarter of a league all round." In 1548, a violent outbreak took place at Bordeaux on account of the gabel or salt tax, and the king's lieutenant was massacred in it. Anne de Montmorency, whom the king had made constable in 1538, the fifth of his family invested with that dignity, repaired thither at once. Aware of his coming, says Brantome, Messieurs de Bordeaux went 2 days' journey to meet him and carry him the keys of their city. "Away, away," said he, "with your keys. I will have nothing to do with them. I have others which I am bringing with me, and which will make other sort of opening than yours," meaning his cannon. "I will have you all hanged. I will teach you to rebel against your king and kill his governor and lieutenant." What he did not fail to do, adds Brantome, and inflicted exemplary punishment, but not so severe assuredly as the case required. The narrator, it will be seen, was not more merciful than the constable, nor was the constable less stern or less thorough in battles than in outbreaks. In 1562, at the Battle of Dreux, he was aged and so ill that none expected to see him on horseback. But in the morning, says Brantome, knowing that the enemy was getting ready, he, brimful of courage, gets out of bed, mounts his horse, and appears at the moment the march began. "Whereof I do remember me, for I saw him and heard him, when Monsieur de Guise came forward to meet him to give him good day, and ask how he was. He, fully armed, save only his head, answered him, 'Right well, sir. This is the real medicine that hath cured me for the battle which is toward and up preparing for the honor of God in our camp.'" In spite of this indomitable aptness for rendering the king everywhere the most difficult, nay, the most pitiless services, the Constable de Montmorency none the less incurred, in 1541, the disfavor of Francis I. Private dissensions in the royal family, the intrigues of rivals at court, and the enmity of the king's mistress, the Duchess of Étampes, effaced the remembrance of all he had done and might still do. He did accept his disgrace. He retired first to Chantilly and then to Ecouen, and there he waited for the Dauphin when he became King Henry II to recall him to his side and restore to him the power which Francis I, on his very deathbed, had dissuaded his son from giving back. The ungratefulness of kings are sometimes as capricious as their favors. The ladies' peace, concluded at Cambrai in 1529, lasted up to 1536, incessantly troubled, however, by far from pacific symptoms, proceedings, and preparations. In October 1532, Francis I had, at Calais, an interview with Henry VIII, at which they contracted a private alliance and undertook to raise between them an army of 80,000 men to resist the Turks, as true zealots for the good of Christendom. The Turks, in fact, under the great Sultan Solomon II, were constantly threatening and invading Eastern Europe. Charles V, as Emperor of Germany, was far more exposed to their attacks and far more seriously disquieted by them than Francis I and Henry VIII were. But the peril that hung over him in the East urged him on at the same time to a further development of ambition and strength. In order to defend Eastern Europe against the Turks, he required to be dominant in Western Europe, and in that very part of Europe a large portion of the population were disposed to wish for his success, for they required it for their own security. To read all that was spread abroad hither and thither, says William du Bellay, it seemed that the said Lord the Emperor was born into this world to have fortune at his beck and call. Two brothers, Mussulman pirates known under the name of Barbarossa, had become masters, one of Algiers and the other of Tunis, and were destroying in the Mediterranean the commerce and navigation of Christian states. It was Charles V who tackled them. In 1535 he took Tunis, set at liberty 20,000 Christian slaves, and remained master of the regency. At the news of this expedition, Francis I, who, in concert with Henry VIII, was but lately levying an army to offer resistance, he said, to the Turk, who entered into negotiations with Solomon II and concluded a friendly treaty with him against what was called the common enemy. As Francis had been for some time preparing to resume his projects of conquest in Italy, he had effected an interview at Marseilles in October 1533 with Pope Clement VII, who was almost at the point of death, and it was there that the marriage of Prince Henry of France with Catherine de' Medici was settled. Astonishment was expressed that the Pope's niece had but a very moderate dowry. "You don't see, then," said Clement VII's ambassador, "that she brings France 3 jewels of great price, Genoa, Milan, and Naples?" When this language was reported at the court of Charles V, it caused great irritation there. In 1536 all these combustibles of war exploded. In the month of February, a French army entered Piedmont and occupied Turin, and in the month of July, Charles V in person entered Provence at the head of 50,000 men. Anne de Montmorency, having received orders to defend southern France, began laying it waste in order that the enemy might not be able to live in it. Officers had orders to go everywhere and break up the bakehouses and mills, burn the wheat and forage, pierce the wine casks, and ruin the wells by throwing the wheat into them to spoil the water. In certain places the inhabitants resisted the soldiers charged with this duty. Elsewhere, from patriotism, they themselves set fire to their corn ricks and pierced their casks. Montmorency made up his mind to defend, on the whole coast of Provence, only Marseilles and Arles. He pulled down the ramparts of the other towns which were left exposed to the enemy. For 2 months Charles V prosecuted this campaign without a fight, marching through the whole of Provence an army which fatigue, shortness of provisions, sickness, and ambuscades were decimating ingloriously. At last he decided upon retreating. From Aix to Fréjus, where the Emperor at his arrival had pitched his camp, all the roads were strewn with the sick and the dead pell-mell, with harnesses, lances, pikes, arquebuses, and other armor of men and horses gathered in a heap. "I say what I saw," adds Martin du Bellay, "considering the toil I had with my company in this pursuit. At the village of Mary, near Fréjus, some peasants had shut themselves up in a tower situated on the line of march. Charles V ordered one of his captains to carry it by assault. From his splendid uniform the peasants, it is said, took this officer for the Emperor himself and directed their fire upon him. The officer, mortally wounded, was removed to Nice, where he died at the end of a few days. It was Garcilaso de la Vega, the Prince of Spanish Poesy, the Spanish Petrarch, according to his fellow countrymen. The tower was taken, and Charles V avenged his poet's death by hanging 25 of these patriot peasants, being all that survived of the 50 who had maintained the defense. On returning from his sorry expedition, Charles V learned that those of his lieutenants whom he had charged with the conduct of a similar invasion in the north of France, in Picardy, had met with no greater success than he himself in Provence. Queen Mary of Hungary, his sister and deputy in the government of the Low Countries, advised a local truce. His other sister, Eleanor, the Queen of France, was of the same opinion. Francis I adopted it, and the truce in the north was signed for a period of 3 months. Montmorency signed a similar one for Piedmont. It was agreed that negotiations for a peace should be opened at Locate in Roussillon, and that to pursue them Francis should go and take up his quarters at Montpellier, and Charles V at Barcelona. Pope Paul III, Alexander Farnese, who on the 13th of October, 1534, had succeeded Clement VII, came forward as mediator. He was a man of capacity, who had the gift of resolutely continuing a moderate course of policy, well calculated to gain time, but insufficient for the settlement of great and difficult questions. The two sovereigns refused to see one another officially. They did not like the idea of discussing together their mutual pretensions, and they were so different in character that, as Margaret de Valois used to say, to bring them to accord, God would have had to remake one in the other's image. They would only consent to treat by agents, and on the 15th of June 1538, they signed a truce for 10 years, rather from weariness of a fruitless war than from any real desire of peace. They, both of them, wanted time to bring them unforeseen opportunities for getting out of their embarrassments. But for all their refusal to take part in set negotiations, they were both desirous of being personally on good terms again, and to converse without entering into any engagement. Charles V, being forced by contrary winds to touch at the island of Sainte Marie, made a proposal to Francis I for an interview at Aigues-Mortes. Francis repaired thither on the 14th of July, 1538, and went the very same day in a small galley to pay a visit to the Emperor, who stepped eagerly forward and held out a hand to help him on to the other vessel. Next day, the 15th of July, Charles V, embarking on board one of the king's frigates, went and returned the visit at Aigues-Mortes, where Francis, with his whole court, was awaiting him. After disembarkation at the port, they embraced, and Queen Eleanor, glad to see them together, embraced them both, says an eyewitness, around the waist. They entered the town amidst the roar of artillery and the cheers of the multitude, shouting, "Hurrah for the Emperor and the King!" The Dauphin, Henry, and his brother Charles, Duke of Orleans, arriving boot and spur from Provence, came up at this moment, shouting likewise, "Hurrah for the Emperor and the King!" Charles V dropped on his knees, says the narrator, and embraced the two young princes affectionately. They all repaired together to the house prepared for their reception, and, after dinner, the Emperor, being tired, lay down to rest on a couch. Queen Eleanor, before long, went and tapped at his door, and sent word to the king that the Emperor was awake. Francis, with the Cardinal de Lorraine and the Constable de Montmorency, soon arrived. On entering the chamber, he found the Emperor still lying down and chatting with his sister the Queen, who was seated beside him on a chair. At sight of the king, Charles V sprang from the couch and went towards him without any shoes on. "Well, brother," said the king, "how do you feel? Have you rested well?" "Yes," said Charles. "I had made such cheer that I was obliged to sleep it off." "I wish you," said Francis, "to have the same power in France as you have in Flanders and in Spain." Whereupon he gave him, as a mark of affection, a diamond valued at 30,000 crowns, and having on the ring in which it was set this inscription: "A token and proof of affection. Dilectionis testis et exemplum." Charles put the ring on his finger, and, taking from his neck the collar of the order, the golden fleece, he was wearing, he put it upon the king's neck. Francis did the converse with his own collar. Only 7 of the attendants remained in the Emperor's chamber, and there the two sovereigns conversed for an hour, after which they moved to the hall, where a splendid supper awaited them. After supper, the Queen went in person to see if the Emperor's room was ready. She came back to tell him when it was, and Charles V retired. Next morning, July 16th, Francis went to see him again in his room. They heard Mass together. Charles re-embarked the same day for Spain. Francis I went and slept, on the 17th, at Nimes, and thus ended this friendly meeting, which left, if not the principal actors, at any rate the people all around, brimful of satisfaction and feeling sure that the truce concluded in the previous month would really at last be peace. The people are easily deceived, and whenever they are pleased with appearances they readily take them for realities. An unexpected event occurred to give this friendly meeting at Aigues-Mortes a value which otherwise it would probably never have attained. A year afterwards, in August 1539, a violent insurrection burst out at Ghent. The fair deputy of the Low Countries had obtained from the estates of Flanders a gratuitous grant of 1,200,000 florins for the assistance of her brother the Emperor, whom his unfortunate expedition in Provence had reduced to great straits for want of money, and the city of Ghent had been taxed, for its share, to the extent of 400,000 florins. The Ghentese pleaded their privilege of not being liable to be taxed without their own consent. To their plea, Charles V responded by citing the vote of the estates of Flanders and giving orders to have it obeyed. The Ghentese drove out the officers of the Emperor, entered upon open rebellion, incited the other cities of Flanders, Ypres and Bruges amongst the rest, to join them, and, taking even more decisive action, sent a deputation to Francis I, as their own Lord Suzerain, demanding his support and offering to make him master of the Low Countries if he would be pleased to give them effectual assistance. The temptation was great, but whether it were from prudence or from feudal loyalty, or in consequence of the meeting at Aigues-Mortes, and of the prospects set before him by Charles of an arrangement touching Milaness, Francis rejected the offer of the Ghentese and informed Charles V of it. The Emperor determined resolutely upon the course of going in person and putting down the Ghentese. But how to get to Ghent? The sea was not safe. The rebels had made themselves masters of all the ports on their coasts, The passage by the way of Germany was very slow work, and might be difficult by reason of ill will on the part of the Protestant states which would have to be traversed. France was the only direct and quick route. Charles V sent to ask Francis I for a passage, whilst thanking him for the loyalty with which he had rejected the offers of the Ghentese, and repeating to him the fair words that had been used as to Milanus. Francis announced to his council his intention of granting the emperor's request. Some of his councillors pressed him to annex some conditions, such, at the least, as a formal and written engagement instead of the vague and verbal promises at Aigues-Mortes. "No," said the king, with the impulsiveness of his nature, "when you do a generous thing, you must do it completely and boldly." On leaving the council, he met his court fool Triboulet, whom he found writing in his tablets called Fool's Diary the name of Charles V. "A bigger fool than I," said he, "if he comes passing through France." "What wilt thou say if I let him pass?" said the king. "I will rub out his name and put yours in its place." Francis I was not content with letting Charles V pass. He sent his two sons, the Dauphin and the Duke of Orleans, as far as Bayonne to meet him, went in person to receive him at Châtellerault, and gave him entertainments at Amboise, at Blois, at Chambord, at Orleans, and Fontainebleau, and lastly at Paris, which they entered together on the 1st of January, 1540. Orders had been sent everywhere to receive him as kings of France are received on their joyous accession. The king gave his guests, says Duboulay, at all pleasures that can be invented, as royal hunts, tourneys, skirmishes, fights afoot and a horseback, and in all other sorts of pastimes. Some petty incidents of a less reassuring kind were intermingled with those entertainments. One day the Duke of Orleans, a young prince full of reckless gaiety, jumped suddenly onto the crupper of the emperor's horse and threw his arms round Charles, shouting, "Your Imperial Majesty is my prisoner!" Charles set off at a gallop, without turning his head. End of section 14.
Section 15 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 28. Francis I and Charles V. Part 15. Another day the king's favourite, the Duchess of Etampes, was present with the two monarchs. "Brother," said Francis, "you see yonder a fair dame who is of opinion that I should not let you out of Paris without your having revoked the treaty of Madrid." "Ah, well," said Charles, "if the opinion is a good one, it must be followed." Such freedom of thought and speech is honorable to both sovereigns. Charles V, impressed with the wealth and cheerful industry that met his eye, said, according to Brantome, "There is not in the world any greatness such as that of a king of France." After having passed a week at Paris, he started for the Low Countries, halted at Chantilly, at the Constable de Montmorency's, who, as well as the king's two sons, the Dauphin and the Duke of Orleans, was attendance upon him, and did not separate from his escort of French royalty until he arrived at Valenciennes, the first town in his Flemish dominions. According to some historians, there had been at Chantilly, amongst the two young princes and their servants, some idea of seizing the emperor and detaining him until he had consented to the concessions demanded of him. Others merely say that the constable, before leaving him, was very urgent with him that he should enter into some positive engagement as to Milaness. "No," said Charles, "I must not bind myself any more than I have done by my words as long as I am in your power. When I have chastised my rebellious subjects, I will content your king." He did chastise severely his Flemish subjects, but he did not content the King of France. Francis I was not willing to positively renounce his Italian conquests, and Charles V was not willing to really give them up to him. Milaness was still, in Italy, the principal object of their mutual ambition. Navarre, in the southeast of France, and the Low Countries in the north, gave occasion for incessantly renewed disputes between them. The two sovereigns sought for combinations which would allow them to make, one to the other, the desired concessions, whilst still preserving pretexts for and chances of recovering them. Diverse projects of marriage between their children or near relatives were advanced with that object, but nothing came of them; and after 2 years and a half of abortive negotiations, another great war, the fourth, broke out between Francis I and Charles V, for the same causes and with the same by ends as ever. It lasted 2 years, from 1542 to 1544, with alternations of success and reverse on either side, and several diplomatic attempts to embroil in it the different European powers. Francis I. concluded an alliance in 1543 with Sultan Soliman II., and in concert with French vessels, the vessels of the pirate Barbarossa cruised about and made attacks upon the shores of the Mediterranean. An outcry was raised against such a scandal as this. "Sir Ambassador," said Francis I. to Marino Giustiniano, ambassador from Venice, "I cannot deny that I eagerly desire to see the Turk very powerful and ready for war; not on his own account, for he is an infidel and all we are Christians; but in order to cripple the power of the emperor, to force him into great expense, and to give all other governments security against so great an enemy." "As for me," says the contemporary Montluc in his Memoires, "if I could summon all the spirits of hell to break the head of my enemy who would fain break mine, I would do it with all my heart. God forgive me." On the other hand, on the 11th of February, 1543, Charles V. and Henry VIII., King of England, concluded an alliance against Francis I. and the Turks. The unsuccess which had attended the grand expedition conducted by Charles V. personally in 1541, with the view of attacking Barbarossa and the Mussulmans and Algiers itself, had opened his eyes to all the difficulty of such enterprises, and he wished to secure the co operation of a great maritime power before engaging therein afresh. He at the same time convoked a German Diet in Speyer, in order to make a strong demonstration against the alliance between Francis I. and the Turks, and to claim the support of Germany in the name of Christendom. Ambassadors from the Duke of Savoy and the King of Denmark appeared in support of the propositions and demands of Charles V. The Diet did not separate until it had voted 24,000 foot and 4,000 horse to be employed against France, and had forbidden Germans, under severe penalties, to take service with Francis I. In 1544 the war thus became almost European, and in the early days of April 2 armies were concentrated in Piedmont, near the little town of Ceresole, the Spanish 20,000 strong, and the French 19,000; the former under the orders of the Marquis del Guasto, the latter under those of the Count d'Enghien, both ready to deliver a battle which was, according to one side, to preserve Europe from the despotic sway of a single master, and, according to the other, to protect Europe against a fresh invasion of Mussulmans. Francis of Bourbon, Count d'Enghien, had received from the king a prohibition to give battle. He was believed to be weaker than the Marquis del Guasto, who showed eagerness to deliver it. Convinced that such a position was as demoralizing as it was disagreeable for him, the young Count d'Enghien sent a valiant and intelligent gentleman, Biese de Montluc, who had already had experience in the great wars of the reign, to carry his representations to the king. Francis I. summoned the messenger to a meeting of the council, at which the dauphin, Henry, stood behind his father's chair. "Montluc," said the king, "I wish you to return and report my deliberation and the opinion of my council to M. d'Enghien, and to listen here to the difficulty that stands in the way of our being able to grant him leave to give battle, as he demands." The Count de St. Pol spoke, and set forth the reasons the king had for not desiring battle; and the end of them all was that there was a chance of losing, which would be a matter for regret beyond all comparison with the advantage to be gained from winning. "I stamped with impatience to speak," says Montluc, "and would have broken in, but M. de St. Pol made me a sign with his hand, saying, 'Quiet, quiet,' which made me hold my tongue, and I saw that the king set on a laughing. Then he told me that he wished me to say freely what I thought about it. 'I consider myself most happy, sir,' said I, 'for when you were dauphin, and before you were called to this great charge which God hath given you, you tried the fortune of war as much as any king that ever hath been in France, without sparing your own person any more than the meanest gentleman. Well, a soldier king is the only one I can address.' The dauphin, who was facing me," continued Montluc, "made me a sign with his head, which caused me to think that he wished me to speak boldly. Then said I, 'Sir, I count that there will be 4,500 or 4,600 of us Gascons all told; and all of us, captains and soldiers, will give you our names and the places whence we come, and will stake our heads that we will fight on the day of battle, if it should please you to grant it. It is a matter that we have been awaiting and desiring this long while, without much taking of counsel. Be assured, sir, there are not more resolute soldiers than yonder. There are, besides, 13 companies of Swiss, who will give you the same pledge as we who are your subjects; and we will hand in to you the names of them all for to be sent to their cantons in order that, if there be any who shall not do his duty, he may die. You have thus 9,000 men and more, of whom you may be certain that they will fight to the last gasp of their lives. As for the Italians and Provençals, I will not answer to you for them; but perhaps they will all do as well as we, when they see us getting to work." And then I raised my arm up as if to strike, whereat the king smiled. "Sir," said I have heard from wise captains that it is not the great number that wins, but the stout heart. On a day of battle, a moiety doth not fight at all. We desire no more, leave it to us." The king, who had very favorably listened to me, and who took pleasure in seeing my impatience, turned his eyes towards M. de St. Pol, who said, "Sir, would you change your opinion at the words of this madcap, who has no thought for the calamity it would be if we were to lose the battle? It is a matter too important to be left for settlement to the brains of a young Gascon." I answered him, "Sir, let me assure you that I am no braggart, nor so harebrained as you consider me. All we have to do is not to go and attack the enemy in a stronghold, as we did at La Bicocca; but M. d'Enghien has too many good and veteran captains about him to commit such an error. The only question will be to find means of coming at them in open country, where there is neither hedge nor ditch to keep us from setting to work; and then, sir, you shall hear talk of the most furious fights that ever were. I do entreat you most humbly, sir, to admit no thought of anything but a victory." The dauphin, continues Montluc, went on more and more smiling, and making signs to me which gave me still greater boldness in speaking. All the rest spoke and said that the king must not place any reliance upon my words. Admiral d'Annebaut said not a syllable, but smiled. I suppose he had seen the signs the dauphin was making to me. M. de St. Pol turns to speak to the king, and says, "How, sir, you seem disposed to change your opinion, and listen to the words of this rabid madman?" To whom the king replied, "On my honor as a gentleman, cousin, he has given me such great and clear reasons, and has represented to me so well the good courage of my men, that I know not what to do." "I see quite well," said the Lord of St. Pol, "that you have already turned round." Whereupon the king, addressing the admiral, asked him what he thought about it. "Sir," answered the admiral, "you have a great mind to give them leave to fight. I will not be surety to you, if they fight, for gain or loss, since God alone can know about that; but I will certainly pledge you my life and my honor that all they whom he has mentioned to you will fight, and like good men and true, for I know what they are worth from having commanded them. Only do one thing: we know well that you are half brought round and inclined rather to fighting than the contrary. Make then your prayer to God, and entreat him to be pleased this once to aid you and counsel you as to what you ought to do." Then the king lifted his eyes towards heaven, and clasping his hands and throwing his cap upon the table, said, "O God, I entreat thee that it may please thee to this day give me counsel as to what I ought to do for the preservation of my kingdom, and that all may be to thy honor and glory." Whereupon the admiral asked him, "Sir, what opinion occurs to you now?" The king, after pausing a little, turned towards me, saying, with a sort of shout, "Let them fight! Let them fight!" "Well, then, there is no more to be said," replied the admiral. "If you lose, you alone will be the cause of the loss; and if you win, in like manner; and you, all alone, will have the satisfaction of it, you alone having given the leave." Then the king and every one rose up, and as for me, I tingled with joy. His Majesty began talking with the admiral about my despatch, and about giving orders for the play which was in arrears. And M. de St. Pol accosted me, saying with a laugh, "Rabid madman, thou wilt be cause of the greatest weal that could happen to the king, or of the greatest woe." Montluc's boldness and Francis I.'s confidence in yielding to it were not unrewarded. The battle was delivered at Ceresole on the 14th of April, 1544. It was bravely disputed, and for some time indecisive, even in the opinion of the anxious Count d'Enghien, who was for a while in an awkward predicament; but the ardor of the Gascons and the firmness of the Swiss prevailed, and the French army was victorious. Montluc was eagerly desirous of being commissioned to go and carry to the king the news of the victory which he had predicted, and to which he had contributed. But another messenger had the preference, and he does not, in his Memoires, conceal his profound discontent. But he was of those whom their discontent does not dishearten, and he continued serving his king and his country with such rigorous and stubborn zeal as was destined hereafter, in the reign of Henry III., to make him Marshal of France at last. He had to suffer a disappointment more serious than that which was personal to himself. The victory of Ceresole had not the results that might have been expected. The war continued. Charles V. transferred his principal efforts therein to the north, on the frontiers of the Low Countries and France, having concluded an alliance with Henry VIII. For acting in concert and on the offensive. Champagne and Picardy were simultaneously invaded by the Germans and the English. Henry VIII. Took Boulogne. Charles V. advanced as far as Chateau Thierry and threatened Paris. Great was the consternation there. Francis I. hurried up from Fontainebleau and rode about the streets, accompanied by the Duke of Guise, and everywhere saying, "If I cannot keep you from fear, I will keep you from harm." "My God," he had exclaimed, as he started from Fontainebleau, "how dear thou sellest me my kingdom!" The people recovered courage and confidence; they rose in a body; 40,000 armed militiamen defiled, it is said, before the king. The army arrived by forced marches, and took post between Paris and Chateau Thierry. Charles V. was not rash; he fell back to Crespy and Leonesse, some few leagues from his Low Countries. Negotiations were opened, and Francis I., fearing lest Henry VIII., being master of Boulogne, should come and join Charles V., ordered his negotiator, Admiral d'Annebaut, to accept the emperor's offers, "for fear lest he should rise higher in his demands when he knew that Boulogne was in the hands of the King of England." The demands were hard, but a little less so than those made in 1540. Charles V. yielded on some special points, being possessed beyond everything with the desire of securing Francis I.'s co operation in the two great contests he was maintaining, against the Turks in Eastern Europe and against the Protestants in Germany. Francis I. conceded everything in respect of the European policy, in order to retain his rights over Milaness and to recover the French towns on the Somme. Peace was signed at Crespy on the 18th of September, 1544, and it was considered so bad a one that the dauphin thought himself bound to protest, first of all secretly before notaries, and afterwards at Fontainebleau, on the 12th of December, in the presence of 3 princes of the royal house. This feeling was so general that several great bodies, amongst others the Parliament of Toulouse, on the 22d of January, 1545, followed the dauphin's example. Francis I. was ill, saddened, discouraged, and still he thought of nothing but preparing for a 5th great campaign against Charles V. Since his glorious victory at Melegnano, in the beginning of his reign, fortune had almost invariably forsaken his policy and all his enterprises, whether of war or of diplomacy. But falling at one time a victim to the defects of his mind and character, and being at another hurried away by his better qualities and his people's sympathy, he took no serious note of the true causes or the inevitable consequences of his reverses, and realized nothing but their outward and visible signs, whilst still persisting in the same hopeful illusions and the same ways of government. Happily for the lustre of his reign and the honor of his name, he had desires and tastes independent of the vain and reckless policy practised by him with such alternations of rashness and feebleness as were more injurious to the success of his designs than to his personal renown, which was constantly recovering itself through the brilliancy of his courage, the generous though superficial instincts of his soul, and the charm of a mind animated by a sincere though ill regulated sympathy for all the beautiful works of mankind in literature, science, and art, and for all that does honor and gives embellishment to the life of human beings. Section 16 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 29. Francis I. and the Renaissance, Part I. Francis I., in his life as a king and a soldier, had 2 rare pieces of good fortune. 2 great victories, Melegnano and Cedasol, stand out at the beginning and the end of his reign; and in his direst defeat, at Pavia, he was personally a hero. In all else, as regards his government, his policy was neither an able nor a successful one. For 32 years he was engaged in plans, attempts, wars, and negotiations; he failed in all his designs. He undertook innumerable campaigns or expeditions that came to nothing. He concluded 40 treaties of war, peace, or truce, incessantly changing aim and cause and allies. And for all this incoherent activity he could not manage to conquer either the empire or Italy; he brought neither aggrandizement nor peace to France. Outside of the political arena, in quite a different field of ideas and facts, that is, in the intellectual field, Francis I. did better and succeeded better. In this region he exhibited an instinct and a taste for the grand and the beautiful. He had a sincere love for literature, science, and art. He honored and protected, and effectually too, their works and their representatives. And therein it is that more than one sovereign and more than one age have found their purest glory to consist. Virgil, Horace, and Livy contributed quite as much as the foundation of the empire to shed lustre on the reign of Augustus. Bossuet, Pascal, and Fenelon, Corneille, Racine, Boileau, Moliere, and La Fontaine count for quite as much as his great warriors and his able administrators in regard to the splendor of the age of Louis XIV. People are quite right to set this estimate upon the heroes of the human mind and upon their works. Their portion in the history of mankind is certainly not the most difficult, but it is that which provides both those who give and those who take with the purest delights, and which is the least dear in respect of what it costs the nation. The reign of Francis I. occupies the first half of the century, the 16th, which has been called the age of Renaissance. Taken absolutely, and as implying a Renaissance following upon a decay of science, literature, and art, the expression is exaggerated, and goes beyond the truth. It is not true that the 5 centuries which rolled by between the establishment of the Capetians and the accession of Francis I., from 987 to 1515, were a period of intellectual barrenness and decay. The Middle Ages, amidst the anarchy, violence, and calamities of their social condition, had, in philosophy, literature, and art, works of their own and a glory of their own, which lacked not originality, or brilliancy, or influence over subsequent ages. There is no idea of telling their story here; we only desire to point out, with some sort of precision, their special character and their intellectual worth. At such a period, what one would scarcely expect to find is intellectual ambition on a very extensive scale and great variety in the branches of knowledge and in the scope of ideas. And yet it is in the 13th century that we meet for the first time in Europe and in France with the conception and the execution of a vast repertory of different scientific and literary works produced by the brain of man, in fact, with a veritable encyclopaedia. It was a monk, a preaching friar, a simple Dominican reader, lector qualiscumque, whose life was passed, as he himself says, by the side and under the eye of the superior general of his order, who undertook and accomplished this great labor. Vincent of Beauvais, born at Beauvais between 1184 and 1194, who died at his native place in 1264, an insatiable glutton for books, librorum eluo, say his contemporaries, collected and edited what he called Bibliotheca Mundi, Speculum Majus, or Library of the World, an enlarged mirror, an immense compilation, the first edition of which, published at Strasbourg in 1473, comprises 10 volumes folio, and would comprise 50 or 60 volumes octavo. The work contains 3, and, according to some manuscripts, 4 parts, entitled Speculum Natural, or Mirror of Natural Science; Speculum Historial, or Mirror of Historical Science; Speculum Doctrinal, or Mirror of Metaphysical Science; and Speculum Moral, or Mirror of Moral Science. M. Daunou, in the notice he has given to it, disputes, not without reason, the authenticity of this last part. Each of these specula contains a summary extracted from the various writings which have reference to the subject of it, and the authors of which Vincent of Beauvais takes care to name. M. Daunou, at the end of his learned notice, has described the nature, the merit, and the interest of the work in the following terms: "The writings and documents which we have to thank Vincent of Beauvais for having preserved to us are such as pertain to veritable studies, to doctrines, to traditions, and even to errors which obtained a certain amount of credit, or exercised a certain amount of influence in the course of ages. Whenever it is desirable to know what were in France, about 1250, the tendency and the subjects of the most elevated studies, what sciences were cultivated, what books, whether ancient or, for the time, modern, were or might have been read, what questions were in agitation, what doctrines were prevalent in schools, monasteries, churches, and the world, it will be to Vincent of Beauvais, above all, that recourse must be had." There is nothing to be added to this judicious estimate. There is no intention of entering here into any sort of detail about the work of Vincent of Beauvais; only it is desirable to bring some light to bear upon the intellectual aspirations and activity of the middle ages in France previously to the new impulse which was to be communicated to them by the glorious Renaissance of Greek and Roman antiquity. A scientific, historical, and philosophical encyclopaedia of the 13th century surely deserves to find a place in the preface to the 16th. After the encyclopedist of the Middle Ages come, naturally, their philosophers. They were numerous, and some of them have remained illustrious. Several of them, at the date of their lives and labors, have already been met with and remarked upon in this history, such as Gerbert of Aurillac, who became Pope Sylvester II., Saint Anselm, Abelard, Saint Bernard, Robert of Sorbonne, founder of the Sorbonne, and Saint Thomas Aquinas. To these names, known to every enlightened man, might be added many others less familiar to the public, but belonging to men who held a high place in the philosophical contests of their times, such as John Scott Erigena, Berenger, Roscelin, William of Champeaux, Gilbert of La Porree, etc. The questions which always have taken, and always will take, a passionate hold of men's minds in respect of God, the universe, and man, in respect of our origin, our nature, and our destiny, were raised and discussed from the 11th to the 15th century, if not with so much brilliancy, at any rate with as much boldness and earnest thought, as at any other period. The Middle Ages had in France their spiritualists, their materialists, their pantheists, their rationalists, their mystics, and their sceptics, not very clear or refined in their notions, but such as lacked neither profundity in their general view of the questions, nor ingenious subtlety in their argumentative process. We do not care to give in this place any exposition or estimate of their doctrines; we shall simply point out what there was original and characteristic in their fashion of philosophizing, and wherein their mental condition differed essentially from that which was engendered and propagated in the 16th century by the resuscitation of Greek and Roman antiquity. It is the constant idea of the philosophers and theologians of that period to affirm and to demonstrate the agreement between Christian faith and reason. They consider themselves placed between two fixed points: faith in the Christian truths inculcated from the very first or formerly revealed by God to man, and reason, which is the faculty given to man to enable him to recognize the truth. "Faith," wrote Hildebert, Archbishop of Tours in the 11th century, "is not contrary to reason, but it is above reason. If, like the philosophers, one willeth not to believe anything but what reason comprehends, faith, in this case, hath no merit. The merit is in believing that which, without being contrary to reason, is above it. Faith is certainty in respect of things which fall not under the perceptions of the body. It is below knowledge, for to believe is less than to know; and it is above opinion, for to believe is more than to imagine." "I do not seek to understand in order to believe," says Saint Anselm; "I believe in order to understand. Authority requires faith in order to prepare man for reason." But "authority," says Saint Colomban in the 6th century, "proceeds from right reason, not at all reason from authority. Every authority whereof the decrees are not approved of by right reason appears mighty weak." Minds so liberal in the face of authority, and at the same time attached to revealed and traditional faith, could not but be sometimes painfully perplexed. "My wounded spirit," said Adam of the Premontre order (le Premontre) in the 12th century, "calls to her aid that which is the source of all grace and all life. But where is it? What is it? In her trouble the spirit hath love abiding; but she knows no longer what it is she loves, what she ought to love. She addresseth herself to the stones and to the rocks, and saith to them, What are ye? And the stones and the rocks make answer, We are creatures of the same even as thou art. To the like question the sun, the moon, and the stars make the like answer. The spirit doth interrogate the sand of the sea, the dust of the earth, the drops of rain, the days of the years, the hours of the days, the moments of the hours, the turf of the fields, the branches of the trees, the leaves of the branches, the scales of fish, the wings of birds, the utterances of men, the voices of animals, the movements of bodies, the thoughts of minds. And these things declare, all with one consent, unto the spirit, We are not that which thou demandest. Search up above us, and thou wilt find our Creator." In the 10th century, Remigius the theologian had gone still farther. "I have resolved," said he, "to make an investigation as to my God; for it doth not suffice me to believe in him, I wish further to see somewhat of him. I feel that there is somewhat beyond my spirit. If my spirit should abide within herself, without rising above herself, she would see only herself; it must be above herself that my spirit will reach God." God, creator, lawgiver, and preserver of the universe and of man, everywhere and always present and potent, in permanent connection, nay, communication, with man, at one time by natural and at another by supernatural means, at one time by the channel of authority and at another by that of free agency, this is the point of departure, this fixed idea of the philosopho theologians of the Middle Ages. There are great gaps, great diversities, and great inconsistencies in their doctrines. They frequently made unfair use of the subtle dialectics called scholastics (la scolastique), and they frequently assigned too much to the master's authority (l'autorité du maître). But Christian faith, more or less properly understood and explained, and adhesion to the facts, to the religious and moral precepts, and to the primitive and essential testimonies of Christianity, are always to be found at the bottom of their systems and their disputes. Whether they be pantheists even, or sceptics, it is in an atmosphere of Christianity that they live and that their thoughts are developed. A breath from the grand old pagan life of Greece and Rome, heaved forth again and spread in the 15th and 16th centuries throughout this Christian atmosphere of the Middle Ages. Greek and Roman antiquity, with its ideas and its works, had never been completely forgotten therein. Aristotle and Plato, Seneca, Epictetus, Boetius, and other ancients had taken their place amongst the studies and philosophical notions of that period; but their influence had been limited to professional scholars, and had remained without any social influence. In spite of the stateliness of its ceremonies and the charms of its traditions, paganism had never been, in plain truth, a religion. Faith and piety had held but a paltry place in it. Instead of a God, the creator and acting sovereign of the world, its gods were of human invention and human nature. Their adventures and the parts they played were pleasing to the imagination, but gave no sort of satisfaction to the deep instincts and higher aspirations of the soul. Christianity is God hovering over, watching over, and descending to earth. Paganism is earth, its children, and the stories of their lives transported, with their vices rather than their virtues, to heaven. Olympus was peopled with nothing but personages belonging to popular tradition, mythology, or allegory. And in the 15th century this mythology was in full course of decay; all that it might have commanded of credence or influence had vanished. There remained of it nothing but barren memories or a contemptuous incredulity. Speaking from the religious point of view, the Renaissance was but a resurrection of paganism dying out before the presence of the Christian world, which was troubled and perplexed, but full of life and futurity. The religious question thus set on one side, the Renaissance was a great and happy thing, which restored to light and honor the works and glories of the Greek and Roman communities, those two communities which, in the history anterior to the 16th century, had reached the greatest prosperity and splendor under a civil regimen, in the midst of a more or less stormy but real and strong political freedom, and had attained, by the mere development of human thought and human energy, the highest degree of civilization yet known in Europe, and one would be inclined to say in the world. The memorials and monuments of this civilization, which were suddenly removed, at the fall of the Greek Empire, to Italy first, and then from Italy to France, and throughout the whole of Western Europe, impressed with just admiration people as well as princes, and inspired them with the desire of marching forward in their turn in this attractive and glorious career. This kind of progress, arrived at by the road of imitation, often costs dear in the interruption it causes to the natural course of the peculiar and original genius of nations; but this is the price at which the destinies of diverse communities get linked together and interpenetrate, and the general progress of humanity is accomplished. Section 16. Section 17 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 29. Francis I. and the Renaissance, Part 2. It was not only in religious questions and by their philosopho-theologians that the Middle Ages before the Renaissance displayed their activity and fecundity. In literature and in art, in history and in poesy, in architecture and in sculpture, they had produced great and beautiful works which were quite worthy of surviving, and have in fact survived the period of their creation. Here, too, the Renaissance of Greek and Roman antiquity came in and altered the originality of the earliest productions of the Middle Ages, and gave to literature and to art in France a new direction. It will be made a point here to note with some exactness the peculiar and native character of French literature at its origin. It is a far cry from the Middle Ages to the time of Louis XIV., but the splendors of the most lovely days do not efface the charm belonging to the glimmerings of dawn. The first amongst the literary creations of the Middle Ages is that of the French language itself. When we pass from the 9th to the 13th century, from the oath of Charles the Bald and Louis the Germanic at Strasbourg in 842, to the account of the conquest of Constantinople in 1203, given by Geoffrey de Villehardouin, seneschal of Champagne, what a space has been traversed, what progress accomplished in the language of France! It was at first nothing but a coarse and irregular mixture of German and Latin, the former still in a barbarous, and the latter already in a corrupted state; and amidst this mixture appear some fragments of the Celtic idioms of Gaul, without any literary tradition to regulate this mass of incoherence and confusion. As for following the development, regulation, and transformation of the French national language during these 3 centuries, and marking how it issued from this formless and vulgar chaos, there are not facts and documents enough for our guidance throughout that long travail. But when the 13th century begins, when Villehardouin tells the tale of the crusade which put for 70 years Constantinople and the Greek Empire of the East in the hands of the Latin and German warriors of the West, the French language, though still rude and somewhat fluctuating, appears already rich, varied, and capable of depicting with fidelity and energy events, ideas, characters, and the passions of men. There we have French prose and French poesy in their simple and lusty youth, the Conquest of Constantinople by Geoffrey de Villehardouin, and the Song of Roland by the unknown poet who collected and put together in the form of an epopee the most heroic amongst the legends of the reign of Charlemagne, are the first great and beautiful monuments of French literature in the Middle Ages. The words are French literature, and of that alone is there any intention of speaking here. The Middle Ages had up to the 16th century a Latin literature. Philosophers, theologians, and chroniclers all wrote in Latin. The philosophers and theologians have already been spoken of. Amongst the chroniclers some deserve the name of historians. Not only do they alone make us acquainted with the history of their times, but they sometimes narrate it with real talent as observers and writers. Gregory of Tours, Eginhard, William of Tyre, Guibert of Nogent, William of Jumièges, and Orderic Vital are worthy of every attention from those whose hearts are set upon thoroughly understanding the history of the periods and the provinces of which those laborers of the Middle Ages have, in Latin, preserved the memorials. The chief of those works have been gathered together and translated in a special collection bearing the name of Guizot. But it is with the reign of Francis I. that, to bid a truce to further interruption, we commence the era of the real grand literature of France, that which has constituted and still constitutes the pride and the noble pleasure of the French public. Of that alone we would here denote the master works and the glorious names, putting them carefully at the proper dates and places in the general course of events, a condition necessary for making them properly understood and their influence properly appreciated. As to the reign of Francis I., however, it must be premised as follows. Several of the most illustrious of French writers in poesy and prose, Ronsard, Montaigne, Bodin, and Stéphane Pasquier, were born during that king's lifetime and during the first half of the 16th century, but it is to the second half of that century and to the first of the 17th that they belong by the glory of their works and of their influence. Their place in history will be assigned to them when we enter upon the precise epoch at which they performed and shone. We will at present confine ourselves to the great survivors of the Middle Ages, whether in prose or poesy, and to the men who shed lustre on the reign of Francis I himself, and led French literature in its first steps along the road on which it entered at that period. The Middle Ages bequeathed to French literature four prose writers whom we cannot hesitate to call great historians: Villehardouin, Joinville, Froissart, and Commynes. Geoffrey de Villehardouin, after having taken part as negotiator and soldier in the crusade which terminated in the capture of Constantinople, and having settled in Thessaly at Messinopolis as holder of considerable fiefs, with the title of Marshal of Romania or Romilia, employed his leisure in writing a history of this great exploit. He wrote with a dignified simplicity, epic and at the same time practical, speaking but little of himself, narrating facts with the precision of one who took part in them, and yet without useless detail or personal vanity, finding pleasure in doing justice to his comrades, amongst others the veteran Doge of Venice, Henri d'Andelot, and sometimes intermingling with his story the reflections of a judicious and sincere Christian, without any pious fanaticism and without ostentation. Joinville wrote his history of Saint Louis at the request of Joan of Navarre, wife of Philip the Handsome, and 5 years after that queen's death. His manuscripts have it thus: "The things which I personally saw and heard were written in the year of grace 1309, in the month of October." He was then 85, and he dedicated his book to Louis le Hutin, the Quarreller, great grandson of Saint Louis. More lively and more familiar in style than Villehardouin, he combines the vivid and natural impressions of youth with an old man's fond clinging to the memories of his long life. He likes to bring himself upon the scene, especially as regards his relations towards and his conversations with Saint Louis, for whom he has a tender regard and admiration, at the same time that he maintains towards him a considerable independence of ideas, conduct, and language. He is a valiant and faithful knight, who forms a very sensible opinion as to the crusade in which he takes part, and who will not enter upon it a second time even to follow the king to whom he is devoted, but whose pious fanaticism and warlike illusions he does not share. His narrative is at one and the same time very full of himself without any pretension, and very spirited without any show of passion, and fraught with a graceful and easy carelessness which charms the reader and all the while inspires confidence in the author's veracity. Froissart is an insatiable fry, who revels in all the sights of his day, events and personages, wars and galas, adventures of heroism or gallantry, and who is incessantly gadding about through all the dominions and all the courts of Europe, everywhere seeking his own special amusement in the satisfaction of his curiosity. He has himself given an account of the manner in which he collected and wrote his chronicles. "Ponder," says he, "amongst yourselves, such as ye as read me, or will read me, or have read me, or shall hear me read, how I manage to get and put together so many facts whereof I treat in so many parts. And for to inform you of the truth, I began young, at the age of 20 years, and I came into the world amidst the deeds and adventures, and I did always take great delight in them, more than in aught else, and God gave me such grace that I was well with all parties, and with the households of the kings, and especially the household of King Edward of England, and the noble queen his wife, Madame Philippa of Hainault, unto whom in my youth I was clerk, and I did minister unto her with beautiful ditties and amorous treatises. And for love of the service of the noble and valiant dame with whom I was, all the other lords, kings, dukes, counts, barons, and knights, of whatsoever nation they might be, did love me, and hear me, and see me gladly, and brought me great profit. Thus, wherever I went, I made inquiry of the old knights and squires who had been at deeds of arms, and who were specially fit to speak thereof, and also of certain heralds in good credit, for to verify and justify all matters. Thus have I gotten together this lofty and noble history." This picture of Froissart and his work by his own hand would be incomplete without the addition of a characteristic anecdote. In one of his excursions in search of adventures and stories, he fell in at Pamiers with a good knight, Messire Espaing of Lyons, who had been in all the wars of the time, and managed the great affairs of princes. They set out to travel together, Messire Espaing telling his comrade what he knew about the history of the places whereby they passed, and Froissart taking great care to ride close to him for to hear his words. Every evening they halted at hostels, where they drained flagons full of white wine as good as the good canon had ever drunk in his life. Then, after drinking, so soon as the knight was weary of relating, the chronicler wrote down just the substance of his stories, so as to better leave remembrance of them for time to come, as there is no way of retaining so certain as writing down." There is no occasion to add to these quotations; they give the most correct idea that can be formed of Froissart's chronicles and their literary merit as well as their historical value. Philip de Commynes is quite another affair, and far more than Froissart, nay, than Joinville and Villehardouin. He is a politician, proficient in the understanding and handling of the great concerns and great personages of his time. He served Charles the Rash and Louis XI., and after so trying an experience, he depicted them and passed judgment upon them with imperturbable clear-sightedness and freedom of thought. With the recital of events, as well as the portrayal of character, he mingles here and there the reflections, expressed in precise, firm, and temperate language, of a profound moralist, who sets before himself no other aim but that of giving his thoughts full utterance. He has already been spoken of in the second volume of this history, in connection with his leaving the Duke of Burgundy's service for that of Louis XI., and with his remarks upon the virtues as well as the vices of that able but unprincipled despot. We will not go again over that ground. As a king's adviser, Commynes would have been as much in place at the side of Louis XIV. As at that of Louis XI. As a writer, he, in the 15th century, often made history and politics speak a language which the 17th century would not have disowned. Let us pass from the prose writers of the Middle Ages to their poets. The grand name of poesy is here given only to poetical works which have lived beyond their cradles and have taken rank amongst the treasures of the national literature. Thanks to sociability of manners, vivacity of intellect, and fickleness of taste, light and ephemeral poesy has obtained more success and occupied more space in France than in any other country. But there are successes which give no title to enter into a people's history. Quality and endurance of renown are even more requisite in literature than in politics, and many a man, whose verses have been very much relished and cried up in his lifetime, has neither deserved nor kept in his native land the beautiful name of poet. Setting aside, of course, the language and poems of the troubadours of southern France, we shall find in French poesy previous to the Renaissance only 3 works which, through their popularity in their own time, still live in the memory of the erudite, and one only which, by its grand character and its superior beauties, attests the poetical genius of the Middle Ages and can claim national rights in the history of France. The Romance of the Rose, in the erotic and allegorical style, the romances of Renard in the satirical, and the farce of Patelin, a happy attempt in the line of comedy, though but little known nowadays to the public, are still and will remain subjects of literary study. The Song of Roland alone is an admirable sample of epic poesy in France, and the only monument of poetical genius in the Middle Ages which can have a claim to national appreciation in the 19th century. It is almost a pity not to reproduce here the whole of that glorious epopee, as impressive from the forcible and pathetic simplicity of its sentiments and language as from the grandeur of the scene and the pious heroism of the actors in it. It is impossible, however, to resist the pleasure of quoting some fragments of it. The best version to refer to is that which has been given almost word for word from the original text by M. Léon Gaultier in his beautiful work so justly crowned by the Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres on Les Épopées Françaises. End of section 17. Section 18 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 29. Francis I. and the Renaissance, Part 3. In 778 Charlemagne was returning from a great expedition in Spain, during which, after having taken Pampeluna, he had failed before Saragossa, and had not considered himself called upon to prolong his struggle with the Arab Mussulmans. He, with the main body of his army, had crossed the Pyrenees, leaving as rear guard a small division under his nephew Roland, prefect of the marches of Brittany, Anselme, count of the palace, Oliver, Roland's comrade, Archbishop Turpin, and several other warriors of renown. When they arrived at the little valley of Roncesvalles, between the defiles of Cisere and Val Carlos, this rear guard was unexpectedly attacked by thousands of Basque mountaineers, who were joined by thousands of Arabs eager to massacre and plunder the Christians and Franks, who indeed perished to a man in this ambuscade. "The news of this disaster," says Eginhard in his Annals, "obscured the glory of the successes the king had but lately obtained in Spain." This fact, with large amplifications, became the source of popular legends and songs, which, probably towards the end of the 11th century, became embodied in the Song of Roland, attributed in 2 manuscripts, but without any certainty, to a certain Thureau, abbot of Malmesbury and Peterborough under William the Conqueror. It must suffice to reproduce here only the most beautiful and most characteristic passages of this little national epopee, a truly Homeric picture of the quasi-barbarous times and manners of knightly Christendom. The 82nd strophe of the poem commences thus: "Of Paynim yonder saw I more," quoth Oliver, "than e'er before the eye of man hath seen. 100,000 are afield, with helm and hauberk, lance and shield, and pikes and pike-heads gleaming bright. Prepare for fight, a fiercer fight than ever yet hath been. Blow, Oliphant, friend Roland, blow, that Charles and all his host may know." To whom Sir Roland in reply, "A madman then, good faith, were I, for I should lose all countenance throughout the pleasant land of France; nay, rather, facing great and small, I'll smite amain with Durandal, until the blade, with blood that's spilt, is crimson to the golden hilt. Friend Roland, sound a single blast, ere Charles beyond its reach hath passed." "Forbid it, God!" cried Roland then; "it should be said by living men that I a single blast did blow for succor from a Paynim foe." When Roland sees what moil will be, lion nor bard so fierce as he, Archbishop Turpin looks around, then forward pricks to higher ground. He halts, he speaks, the French give ear: "Lords, barons, Charles hath left us here, and for our king we're bound to die, for him maintain the Christian cause. Behold, how near the battle draws! Behold, where yonder Paynim lie! Confess to God, and I will give absolvement, that your souls may live. Pure martyrs are ye if ye fall, and paradise awaits ye all." Down leap the French on bended knee, they fall for benison, and he doth lay on all a penance light, to strike their hardest in the fight. The French have risen to their feet, they leap upon their chargers fleet, into the defiles rides their chief, on his good war horse Vaillantif. Oh, in his harness he looks grand! On he goes with lance on high, its tip is pointed to the sky. It bears a snow-white pennon, and its golden fringes sweep his hand. He scans the foe with haughty glance, with meek and sweet the men of France. "Lords, barons, gently, gently ride, yon Paynim rush to suicide. No king of France could ever boast the wealth we'll strip from yonder host." And as the words die off his lips, Christian and Paynim are at grips. A wondrous fight! The men of France thrust fiercely with the burnished lance. Oh, 'twas a sight of grief and dread, so many wounded, bleeding, dead. On back or face together they, one on another falling, lay. The Paynim cannot choose but yield, and willy-nilly quit the field. The eager French are on their track, with lances pointed at the back. Then pricketh forth a Saracen, Abim by name, but worst of men. No faith hath he in God the One, no faith in Holy Mary's Son. As black as melted pitch is he, and not for all Galicia's gold could he be bribed his hand to hold, from murder and from treachery. No merry laugh, no sportive mien In him was ever heard or seen. The good archbishop could not brook On pagans such as he to look. He saw, and fain would strike him dead, And calmly to himself he said, Yon pagan, as it seems to me, A grievous heretic must be. There best to slay him, though I died. Cowards I never could abide. He mounts his steed, won, so they tell, From Denmark's monarch, hight Grosel. He slew the king and took the steed. The beast is light and built for speed. His hoofs are neat, his legs are clean, His thigh is short, his flanks are lean. His rump is large, his back full height, His mane is yellow, his tail is white. With little ears and tawny head, No steed like him was ever bred. The good archbishop spurs afield, And smites a bim upon the shield. His emir's shield so thickly sown With many a gem and precious stone, Amethyst and topaz, crystals bright, And red carbuncles flashing light. The shield is shivered by the blow, No longer worth a doit, I trow. Stark dead the emir lies below. Ha! bravely struck, the Frenchmen yell, Our bishop guards the cross right well. To Oliver Sir Roland cried, Sir comrade, can it be denied Our bishop is a gallant knight? None better ever saw the light. How he doth strike with lance and pike! Quoth Oliver, then in the fight Haste we to aid him with our might. And so the battle is renewed. The blows are hard, the melee rude. The Christians suffer sore. 4 times they charge, and all is well. But at the 5th, dread tale to tell, The knights of France are doomed to fall. All her knights, for of them all God spareth but 60. But oh, their lives they dearly sell. Sir Roland marks what loss is there, And turns him to Sir Oliver. Dear comrade, whom pray God to bless, in God's own name see what distress Such heaps of vassals lying low Fair France hath suffered at a blow. Well may we weep for her, who's left a widow of such lords bereft. And why, oh, why art thou not near, Our king, our friend, to aid us here? Say, Oliver, how might we bring Our mournful tidings to the king? Quoth Oliver, I know not, I to fly were shame, far better die. Quoth Roland, I my horn will blow, That Charles may hear and Charles may know, And, in the defiles from their track, The French, I swear, will hasten back. Quoth Oliver, 'twere grievous shame, 'Twould bring a blush to all thy name, When I said thus thou scornedst me, And now I will not counsel thee. And shouldst thou blow, 'twere no great blast, Already blood is gushing fast From both thine arms. That well may be, quoth he, I struck so lustily. The battle is so strong, I'll blow Mine Oliphant, that Charles may know. Quoth Oliver, had Charles been here, This battle had not cost so dear. But as for yon poor souls, I wis, No blame can rest with them for this. Why bear me spite? Sir Roland said. The fault, said he, lies on thy head. And mark my words, this day we'll see The end of our good company. We twain shall part, not as we met, Full sadly ere yon sun bath set. The good archbishop hears the stir, And thither pricks with golden spur. And thus he chides the wrangling lords, Roland, and you, Sir Oliver, why strive ye with such bitter words? Horns cannot save you, that is past. But still 'twere best to sound a blast. Let the king come, he'll strike a blow For vengeance, lest the Paynim foe Back to their homes in triumph go. With pain and dolour, groan and pant, Count Roland sounds his Oliphant. The crimson stream shoots from his lips, The blood from bursten temple drips. But far, oh, far the echoes ring, And in the defiles reach the king, Reach Name and the French array. 'Tis Roland's horn, the king doth say. He only sounds when brought to bay. How huge the rocks, how dark and steep! The streams are swift, the valleys deep. Out blare the trumpets, one and all, As Charles responds to Roland's call. Round wheels the king, with choler mad. The Frenchmen follow grim and sad. Not one but prays for Roland's life, Till they have joined him in the strife. But ah, what prayer can alter fate? The time is past, too late, too late. As Roland scans both plain and height, And sees how many Frenchmen lie Stretched in their mortal agony, He mourns them like a noble knight. Comrades, God give ye grace to day, And grant ye paradise, I pray. No lieges ever fought as they. What a fair land, O France, art thou! But ah, forlorn and widowed now! O Oliver, at least to thee, my brother, I must faithful be. Back, comrade mine, back let us go, And charge once more the Paynim foe. When Roland spies the cursed race, More black than ink, without a trace Save teeth of whiteness in the face, Full certified, quoth he, am I That we this very day shall die. Strike, Frenchmen, strike, that's all my mind. A curse on him who lags behind, Quoth gallant Oliver, and so Down dashed the Frenchman on the foe. Sir Oliver, with failing breath, Knowing his wound is to the death, Doth call to him his friend, his peer, His Roland: Comrade, come thou here. To be apart what pain it were! When Roland marks his friend's distress, His face all pale and colorless. My God, quoth he, what's now to do? O my sweet France, what dole for you, Widowed of all your warriors true! You needs must perish. At such plaint, Upon his steed he falls a faint. See Roland riding in a swound, And Oliver with mortal wound. With loss of blood so dazed is he neither near nor far can see. What manner of man a man may be, And meeting with Sir Roland so, He dealeth him a fearful blow, That splits the gilded helm in two, Down to the very nasal, though by luck The skull it cleaves not through. With blank amaze doth Roland gaze, And gently, very gently says, Dear comrade, smittest thou with intent? Methinks no challenge hath been sent. I'm Roland, who doth love thee so. Quoth Oliver, Thy voice I know, but see thee not. God save thee, friend, I struck thee, prithee pardon me. No hurt have I, and there's an end. Quoth Roland, and I pardon thee, For man and God right willingly. They bow the head each to his brother, And so in love leave one another. Oliver dies. Roland and Archbishop Turpin continue the fight. Then Roland takes his horn once more. His blast is feebler than before, But still it reaches the emperor. He hears it, and he halts to shout, Let clarions one and all ring out. Then 60,000 clarions ring, And rocks and dales set echoing, And they too hear the pagan pack. They force the rising laughter back. Charles, Charles, they cry, is on our track. They fly, and Roland stands alone, Alone, afoot, his steed is gone, Brave Veillantif is gone, and so he, willy nilly, afoot must go. Archbishop Turpin needs his aid. The golden helm is soon unlaced, The light white hauberk soon unbraced, And gently, gently down he laid On the green turf the bishop's head, And then beseechingly he said, Ah, noble sir, your leave I crave. The men we love, our comrades brave, all are dead. They must not lie here thus neglected. Wherefore I will seek for them, each where he lies, And lay them out before your eyes. Go, said the bishop, and speed be thine. Thank God the field is thine and mine. Sir Roland searched the plain, and found His comrade's body on the ground. Unto his heart he strained it tight, And bore it off as best he might. Upon a shield he lays his friend, Beside the rest, and for an end The bishop gives them all and one Absolvement and a benison. As Roland marks them lying there, His peers all dead, and Oliver, His mighty grief he cannot stay, And willy nilly swoons away. The bishop feeleth grief profound To see Sir Roland in a swound. Through Roncesvalles well he knows A stream of running water flows, And fain would he a journey make To fetch thereof for Roland's sake. He totters forth, he makes essay, But all his feeble limbs give way. Breaks his great heart, he falls and lies, Face downward, in death's agonies. So Charles's soldier priest is dead, He who with mighty lance and sword, And preacher's craft incessant warred Against the scorners of the Lord. God's benediction on his head. Count Roland laid him to rest Between his shoulders on his breast. He crossed the hands so fine and fair, And as his country's customs were, He made oration o'er him there. Ah, noble knight, of noble race, I do commend thee to God's grace. Sure never man of mortal birth Served him so heartily on earth. Thou hadst no peer in any clime To stoutly guard the Christian cause, And turn bad men to Christian laws, Since erst the great apostles' time. Now rest thy soul from dolour free, And paradise be oped to thee. A last encounter takes place. A Saracen left wounded on the battlefield, seeing Roland in a swoon, gets up and approaches him, saying, 'Vanquished! He is vanquished, the nephew of Charles! There is his sword, which I will carry off to Arabia.' And as he makes to draw the steel, a something doth Sir Roland feel. He opes his eyes, says naught but this, 'Thou art not one of us, I wis,' raises the horn he would not quit, and cracks the pagan's skull with it, and then the touch of death that steals down, down from head to heart, he feels. Under yon pine he hastes away, on the green turf his head to lay, placing beneath him horn and sword. He turns towards the Paynim horde, and there, beneath the pine, he sees a vision of old memories, a thought of realms he helped to win, of his sweet France, of kith and kin, and Charles, his lord, who nurtured him. He sighs, and tears his eyes bedim. Then, not unmindful of his case, once more he sues to God for grace. 'O thou true Father of us all, who hatest lies, who erst did call the buried Lazarus from the grave, and Daniel from the lions save, from all the perils I deserve, for sinful life my soul preserve.' Then to his God outstretcheth he the glove from his right hand, and see, Saint Gabriel taketh it instantly. God sends a cherub angel bright, and Michael, saint of peril hight. And Gabriel comes. Up, up they rise, and bear the count to paradise." It is useless to carry these quotations any further. They are sufficient to give an idea of the grand character of the poem in which so many traits of really touching affection and so many bursts of patriotic devotion and pious resignation are mingled with the merest brute courage. Such, in its chief works, philosophical, historical, and poetical, was the literature which the Middle Ages bequeathed to the reign of Francis I. In history only, and in spite of the new character assumed afterwards by the French language, this literature has had the honor of preserving its nationality and its glory. Villehardouin, Joinville, Froissart, and Commynes have remained great writers. In philosophy and in poesy a profound revolution was approaching. The religious reform and the fine literary genius, as well as the grand French language of the 17th century, were preparing to rise above the intellectual horizon. But between the moment when such advances dawn and that when they burst forth there is nearly always a period of uncertain and unfruitful transition, and such was the first half of the 16th century, that is to say, the actual reign of Francis I. It is often called the reign of the Renaissance, which certainly originated in his reign, but it did not grow and make any display until after him. The religious, philosophical, and poetical revolution, Calvin, Montaigne, and Ronsard, born in the earlier half of the 17th century, did not do anything that exercised any power until the later. One single poet, a third-rate one, Clement Marot, attained lustre under Francis I. Rabelais is the only great prose writer who belongs strictly to that period. The scholars, the learned critics of what had been left by antiquity in general, and by Greek and Roman antiquity in particular, Bede or Budæus, J.C. Scaliger, Moretus, Danis or Danisius, Arniot, Ramus or Peter la Ramée, Robert Estienne or Stephanus, Vatable or Watebled, Cujas and Tournebius make up the tale of literature specially belonging to and originating in the reign of Francis I, just as the foundation of the Collège Royal, which became the Collège de France, is his chief personal claim to renown in the service of science and letters. Let us return to the poets of the actual reign of Francis I. The first we encounter speaks thus of himself: "I am not rich, that, certes, I confess, but natheless well born and nobly bred. I'm read by both the people and the noblesse. Throughout the world, that's Clement, it is said. Men live their span, but I shall ne'er be dead. And thou hast thy meadow, well, and spring, wood, field, and castle, all that wealth can bring. There's just that difference twixt thee and me, but what I am thou couldst not be. The thing thou art, why, anybody else might be." Now, who was this who, with perfect confidence, indulged in such proud language? Was it a Homer, a Dante, a Corneille, one of those great poetical geniuses whose works can move a whole people, are addressed to all the world, and will live forever? No, it was a poet of the court and of the fashionable world of Paris, of Blois, and of Amboise, in the 16th century, a groom of the chamber to Marguerite de Valois, and one of Francis I.'s favorites, who had written elegies, eclogues, epistles, complaints, rondelets, and epigrams on the incidents and for his masters and mistresses of the hour. France owed to him none of those great poetical works consecrated to description of the grand destinies and grand passions of man, and to the future as well as to the writer's own time. End of section 18. Section 19 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 29. Francis I. and the Renaissance, Part 4. Clement Marot, the son of a petty burgess of Cahors named John Marot, himself a poet in a small way, who had lived some time at the court of Louis XII. Under the patronage of Queen Anne of Bretagne, had a right to style himself well born and nobly bred. Many of the petty burgesses of Cahors were of noble origin, and derived therefrom certain privileges. John Marot, by a frugal and regular life, had acquired and left to his son 2 estates in the neighborhood of Cahors, where no doubt Clement resided but little, for he lived almost constantly at the court, or wandering about Europe, in every place where at one time the fortunes of the king his protector, and at another the storm of the nascent religious reform, left him stranded willy-nilly. He was present in 1525 at the battle of Pavia, where he was wounded and taken prisoner with his king, but soon released, since the Imperialists let go on easy terms gentlemen of whom it was impossible to make a rich booty. From that time we do not meet any more with Clement Marot in war or politics. To Marguerite de Valois, to adventures of gallantry, and to success in his mundane line of poesy, his life was thenceforth devoted. The scandal of history has often been directed against his relations with his royal patroness, but there seems to be no real foundation for such a suspicion. The manners of the 16th century admitted of intimacies in language, and sometimes even of familiarities in procedure, contrasting strangely with demonstrations of the greatest respect, nay, humility. Clement Marot was the king of poesy, and set the fashion of wit in his time. Marguerite had a generous and a lively sympathy with wit, talent, success, and renown. The princess and the poet were mutually pleased with and flattered one another, and the liberties allowed to sympathy and flattery were great at that time, but far less significant than they would be in our day. What were the cause, the degree, and the real value of this success and this renown of which Clement Marot made so much parade, and for which his contemporaries gave him credit? What change, what progress effected by him during his lifetime in French literature and the French language won for him the place he obtained and still holds in the opinion of the learned? A poet who no more than Clement Marot produced any great poetical work, and was very different from him in their small way, Francis Villon, in fact, preceded him by about 3/4 of a century. The most distinguished amongst the literary critics of our time have discussed the question as to which of the two, Villon or Marot, should be regarded as the last poet of the Middle Ages and the first of modern France. M. Sainte-Beuve, without attempting to precisely solve that little problem, has distinguished and characterized the two poets with so much of truth and tact that there can be no hesitation about borrowing his words. "Was Villon," is the question he puts to himself, "an originator? Did he create a style of poesy? Had he any idea of a literary reaction, as we should say nowadays? What is quite certain is that he possessed original talent, that amidst all the execrable tricks wherein he delighted and wherein he was a master, he possessed the sacred spark. A licentious scamp of a student, bred at some shop in the Cité or the Place Maubert, he has a tone which, at least as much as that of Regnier, has a savor of the places the author frequented. The beauties whom he celebrates, and I blush for him, are none else than la blanche savetière, or the fair cobbleress, or la gente solcicière du coin, or the pretty sausage girl at the corner. But he has invented for some of those natural regrets which incessantly recur in respect of vanished beauty and the flight of years, a form of expression, truthful, charming, and airy, which goes on singing forever in the heart and ear of whosoever has once heard it. He has flashes, nothing more than flashes, of melancholy. It is in reading the verses of Clement Marot that we have, for the first time, as it seems to me, a very clear and distinct feeling of having got out from the circumbendibus of the old language, from the Gallic tangle. We are now in France, in the land and amidst the language of France, in the region of genuine French wit, no longer that of the boor, or of the student, or of the burgess, but of the court and good society. Good society, in poesy, was born with Marot, with Francis I., and his sister Marguerite, with the Renaissance. Much will still have to be done to bring it to perfection, but it exists and will never cease again. Marot, a poet of wits rather than of genius or of great talent, but full of grace and breeding, who has no passion, but is not devoid of sensibility, has a way of his own of telling and saying things. He has a turn of his own. He is, in a word, the agreeable man, the gentleman-like man, who is bound to be pleasant and amusing, and who discharges his duty with an easy air and unexceptionable gallantry." Unquote. There we have exactly the new character which Marot, coming between Villon and Ronsard, gave in the 16th century to French poesy. We may be more exacting than M. Sainte-Beuve. We may regret that Marot, whilst rescuing it from the streets, confined it too much to the court. The natural and national range of poesy is higher and more extensive than that. The 100 Years' War and Joan of Arc had higher claims. But it is something to have delivered poesy from coarse vulgarity and introduced refinement into it. Clement Marot rendered to the French language, then in labor of progression, and one might say of formation, eminent service. He gave it a naturalness, a clearness, an easy swing, and, for the most part, a correctness which it had hitherto lacked. It was reserved for other writers, in verse and prose, to give it boldness, the richness that comes of precision, elevation, and grandeur. In 1534, amidst the first violent tempest of reform in France, Clement Marot, accused of heresy, prudently withdrew and went to seek an asylum at Ferrara, under the protection of the Duchess Renee of France, daughter of Louis XII. He there met Calvin, who already held a high position amongst the Reformers, and who was then engaged on a translation of the Psalms in verse. The Reformer talked to the poet about this grand Hebrew poesy, which, according to M. Villemain's impression, "has defrayed in sublime coin the demands of human imagination." Marot, on returning to France, found the College Royal recently instituted there, and the learned Vatable, or Francis Watebled, born at Gamache in Picardy, died at Paris in 1547, teaching Hebrew with a great attendance of pupils and of the curious. The professor engaged the poet to translate the Psalms, he himself expounding them to him word by word. Marot translated 30 of them, and dedicated them to Francis I., who not only accepted the dedication, but recommended the work and the author to Charles V., who was at that time making a friendly passage through France on his way to put down the insurrection at Ghent. "Charles V. accepted the said translation graciously," as appears by a letter in 1559 to Catherine de' Medici from Villemadon, one of Marguerite of Navarre's confidential servants, "commended it both by words and by a present of 200 doubloons, which he made to Marot, thus giving him courage to translate the rest of the Psalms, and praying him to send him as soon as possible the Psalm Confitemini Domino, quaniam bonus, or Trust in the Lord, for he is good, so fond was he of it." Singular fellow feeling between Charles V. and his great adversary Luther, who said of that same psalm, "It is my friend, it has saved me in many a strait from which emperor, kings, sages, nor saints could have delivered me." Clement Marot thus aided and encouraged in this work which gave pleasure to Francis I. and Charles V., and must have been still more interesting to Calvin and Luther, prosecuted his work and published in 1541 the first 30 Psalms. 3 years afterwards, in 1543, he added 20 others, and dedicated the collection "to the ladies of France," in an epistle wherein the following verses occur: Happy the man whose favored ear in golden days to come shall hear the ploughman as he tills the ground, the Tartar as he drives his round, the shopman as his task he plies, with psalms or sacred melodies, whiling the hours of toil away. O happy he who hears the lay of shepherd and of shepherdess, as in the woods they sing and bless, and make the rocks and pools proclaim with them their great Creator's name. O can ye brook that God invite them before you to such delight? Begin, ladies, begin. A century after Marot's time, in 1649, a pious and learned Catholic, Guizot, Bishop of Grasse and member of the nascent French Academy, was in his turn translating the Psalms, and rendered full justice to the labors of the poet, his predecessor, and to the piety of the Reformers, in the following terms: "Those whose separation from the church we deplore have rendered the version they make use of famous by the pleasing airs that learned musicians set them to when they were composed. To know them by heart is amongst them a sign of the communion to which they belong, and in the towns in which they are most numerous the airs may be heard coming from the mouths of artisans, and in the country from those of tillers." In 1555, 8 years after the death of Francis I., Estienne Pasquier wrote to Ronsard, "In good faith, there was never seen in France such a glut of poets. I fear that in the long run people will weary of them; but it is a vice peculiar to us that as soon as we see anything succeeding prosperously for any one, everybody wants to join in." Estienne Pasquier's fear was much better grounded after the death of Francis I., and when Ronsard had become the head of the poet world, than it would have been in the first half of the 16th century. During the reign of Francis I., and after the date of Clement Marot, there is no poet of any celebrity to speak of, unless we except Francis I. himself and his sister Marguerite, and it is only in compliment to royalty's name that they need be spoken of. They both of them had evidently a mania for versifying, even in their most confidential communications, for many of their letters to one another, those during the captivity of Francis I. at Madrid amongst the rest, are written in verse. But their verses are devoid of poesy, they are prose, often long-winded and frigid, and sometimes painfully labored. There is, however, a distinction to be made between the two correspondents. In the letters and verses of Marguerite there is seen gleaming forth here and there a sentiment of truth and tenderness, a free and graceful play of fancy. We have 3 collections of her writings: 1, her Heptameron, ou les 7 Journées de la Reine de Navarre, a collection of 68 tales more or less gallant, published for the first time in 1558, without any author's name; 2, her Oeuvres Poétiques, which appeared at Lyons in 1547 and 1548, in consequence of her being alive, under the title of Les Marguerites de la Marguerite des Princesses, or the Pearls of the Pearl of Princesses, and of which one of her grooms of the chamber was editor. In addition to which there is a volume of Poésies inédites, collected by order of Marguerite herself, but written by the hand of her secretary, John Frotte, and preserved at Paris amongst the manuscripts of the Bibliothèque Nationale. Third, the collection of her letters, published in 1841 by M.F. Guénin. This last collection is, morally as well as historically, the most interesting of the 3. As for Francis himself, there is little, if anything, known of his poesies beyond those which have been inserted in the Document relatif à sa captivité à Madrid, published in 1847 by M. Champollion Figeac. Some have an historical value, either as regards public events or Francis I.'s relations towards his mother, his sister, and his mistresses. The most important is a long account of his campaign in 1525 in Italy and of the battle of Pavia. But the king's verses have even less poetical merit than his sister's. Francis I.'s good will did more for learned and classical literature than for poesy. Attention has already been drawn to the names of the principal masters in the great learned and critical school which devoted itself in this reign to the historical, chronological, philological, biographical, and literary study of Greek and Roman antiquity, both pagan and Christian. It is to the labors of this school and to their results that the word Renaissance is justly applied, and that the honor is especially to be referred of the great intellectual progress made in the 16th century. Francis I. contributed to this progress, first by the intelligent sympathy he testified towards learned men of letters, and afterwards by the foundation of the Collège Royal, an establishment of a special, an elevated, and an independent sort, where professors found a liberty protected against the routine, jealousy, and sometimes intolerance of the University of Paris and the Sorbonne. The king and his sister Marguerite often went to pay a visit at his printing place in Saint Jean de Beauvais Street, to Robert Estienne or Stephanus, the most celebrated amongst that family of printer publishers who had so much to do with the resurrection of ancient literature. It is said that one day the king waited a while in the workroom so as not to disturb Robert Estienne in the correction of a proof. When the violence bred of religious quarrels finally forced the learned and courageous printer to expatriate himself, his first care was to say, at the head of his apology, "When I take account of the war I have carried on with the Sorbonne for a space of 20 years or thereabouts, I cannot sufficiently marvel how so small and broken down a creature as I am had strength to maintain it. When I was seen being harried on all sides, how often have I been the talk on street and at banquets, whilst people said, 'It is all over with him, he's caught, he cannot escape; even if the king would, he could not save him.' I wish to justify myself against the reproach of having left my country, to the hurt of the public weal, and of not having acknowledged the great liberality displayed towards me by the king, since it was a high honor for me that the king, having deigned to make me his printer, always kept me under his protection, in the face of all who envied me and wished me ill, and never ceased to aid me graciously in all sorts of ways." The Collège Royal, no less than Robert Estienne, met with obstacles and ill wishers. It was William Bude, or Budaeus, who first suggested the idea of the college to the king, primarily with the limited purpose of securing instruction in Greek and Hebrew, after the fashion of the College of Young Grecians and the College of the Three Languages, the trilingual Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, of which the former was founded at Rome by Leo X., the latter at Louvain by Canon Jerome Busleden. Francis I. readily surrendered himself to more magnificent projects. He was anxious to erect a splendid building on the site of the Hotel de Nesle, and to put Erasmus at the head of the Collège Royal. War incessantly renewed, and the nascent religious troubles interfered with his resolutions; but William Bude never ceased to urge upon the king an extension of the branches of learning in the establishment, and after the peace of Cambrai in 1529, chairs of mathematics, Oriental languages, Latin oratory, Greek and Latin philosophy, and medicine were successively added to the chairs of Hebrew and Greek, which had been the original nucleus of instruction at the Collège Royal. It continued to be an object of suspicion to the Sorbonne and of hesitation in the Parliament, to which royalty had recourse against the attacks of its adversaries. But it had no lack of protectors, nevertheless. The Cardinal of Lorraine, Charles IX., and Catherine de' Medici herself supported it in its trials, and Francis I. had the honor of founding a great school of the higher sort of education, a school which, throughout all the religious dissensions and all the political revolutions of France, has kept its position and independence, whatever may have been elsewhere, in the matter of public instruction, the system, and the regimen of state establishments. Section 20 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 29. Francis I. and the Renaissance, Part 5. A few words have already been said about the development of the arts, especially architecture and sculpture, in the Middle Ages, and of the characteristics, original and national, Gallic and Christian, which belonged to them at this period, particularly in respect of their innumerable churches, great and small. A foreglance has been given of the alteration which was brought about in those characteristics at the date of the 16th century by the Renaissance, at the same time that the arts were made to shine with fresh and vivid lustre. Francis I. was their zealous and lavish patron. He revelled in building and embellishing palaces, castles, and hunting boxes. Saint Germain, Chenonceau, Fontainebleau, and Chambord, his chief councillors, Chancellor Duprat and Admiral Bonnivet, shared his taste and followed his example. Several provinces, and the banks of the Loire especially, became covered with splendid buildings, bearing the marks of a complicated character which smacked of imitations from abroad. Italy, which from the time of Charles VIII. And Louis XII. Had been the object of French kings' ambition and the scene of French wars, became also the school of French art. National and solemn Christian traditions were blended, whilst taking an altered form, with the Italian resuscitation of Greek and Roman antiquity. Italian artists, such as Rosso of Florence, Primatici of Bologna, Niccolo dell'Abate of Modena, and Benvenuto Cellini of Florence, came and settled in France, and there inspired and carried out the king's projects and works. Leonardo da Vinci, full of years and discontented with his Italian patrons, accompanied Francis I. to France, and died in his arms at the castle of Cloux, near Amboise, where he had fixed his residence. Some great French artists, such as the painter John Cousin and the sculptor John Guizot, strove ably to uphold the original character and merits of French art, but they could not keep themselves entirely aloof from the influence of this brilliant Italian art, for which Francis I.'s successors, even more than he, showed a zealous and refined attachment, but of which he was in France the first patron. We will not quit the first half of the 16th century and the literary and philosophical Renaissance which characterizes that period, without assigning a place therein at its proper date and in his proper rank to the name, the life, and the works of the man who was not only its most original and eminent writer, but its truest and most vivid representative, Rabelais. Francis Rabelais, who was born at Chinon in 1495 and died at Paris in 1553, wandered during those 58 years about France and Europe, from town to town, from profession to profession, from good to bad, and from bad to good estate, first a monk of the Cordeliers, then, with Pope Clement VII's authority, a Benedictine, then putting off the monk's habit and assuming that of a secular priest, in order to roam the world, incurring, as he himself says, in this vagabond life the double stigma of suspension from orders and apostasy, then studying medicine at Montpellier, then medical officer of the great hospital at Lyons, but before long superseded in that office, for having been twice absent without leave, then staying at Lyons as a corrector of proofs, a compiler of almanacs, an editor of diverse books for learned patrons, and commencing the publication of his Vie trésorifique du grand Gargantua, Père de Pantagruel, or most horrifying life of the great Gargantua, father of Pantagruel, which was immediately proceeded against by the Sorbonne as an obscene tale. On grounds of prudence or necessity, Rabelais then quitted Lyons and set out for Rome as physician attached to the household of Cardinal John du Bellay, Bishop of Paris and envoy from France to the Holy See, the which bishop, having relished the profound learning and competence of Rabelais, and having besides discovered in him fine humor and a conversation capable of diverting the blackest melancholy, retained him near his person in the capacity of physician in ordinary to himself and all his family, and held him ever afterwards in high esteem." After 2 years passed at Rome, and after rendering all sorts of service in his patron's household, Rabelais, feeling that the uproarious life he was leading and his licentious deeds were unworthy of a man of religion and a priest, asked Pope Paul III for absolution, and at the same time permission to resume the habit of Saint Benedict, and to practice "for piety's sake, without hope of gain and in any and every place," the art of medicine, wherein he had taken, he said, the degrees of bachelor, licentiate, and doctor. A brief of Pope Paul III's, dated January 17, 1536, granted his request. 17 months afterwards, on the 22d of May, 1537, Rabelais reappears at Montpellier, and there receives, it is said, the degree of doctor, which he had already taken upon himself to assume. He pursues his life of mingled science and adventure, gives lessons and gads about so much that his doctor's gown and cap are preserved at Montpellier, according to tradition, all dirty and torn, but objects of respectful reminiscence." In 1538, Rabelais leaves Montpellier and goes to practice medicine at Narbonne, Castres, and Lyons. In 1540 he tires of it, resumes, as he had authority to do, the habit of a canon of Saint Maur, and settles in that residence "a paradise," as he himself says, "of salubrity, amenity, serenity, convenience, and all the chaste pleasures of agriculture and country life." Between 1540 and 1551 he is nevertheless found once more wandering far away from this paradise, in France, Italy, and perhaps England. He completes and publishes under his own name the Faits et Dicts Heroiques de Pantagruel, and obtains from Francis I. a faculty for the publication of "these 2 volumes not less useful than delightful, which the printers had corrupted and perverted in many passages, to the great displeasure and detriment of the author, and to the prejudice of readers." The work made a great noise; the Sorbonne resolved to attack it in spite of the king's approbation; but Francis I. died on the 31st of March, 1547. Rabelais relapsed into his life of embarrassment and vagabondage. On leaving France he had recourse, first at Metz and afterwards in Italy, to the assistance of his old and ever well disposed patron, Cardinal John du Bellay. On returning to France, he obtained from the new king, Henry II., a fresh faculty for the printing of his books "in Greek, Latin, and Tuscan," and almost at the same time, on the 18th of January, 1551, Cardinal du Bellay, Bishop of Paris, conferred upon him the cure of Saint Martin at Meudon, "which he discharged," says his biographer Colletet, "with all the sincerity, all the uprightness, and all the charity that can be expected of a man who wishes to do his duty and to the satisfaction of his flock." Nevertheless, when the new holder of the cure at Meudon, shortly after his installation, made up his mind to publish the 4th book of the Faits et Dicts Heroiques du bon Pantagruel, the work was censured by the Sorbonne and interdicted by decree of Parliament, and authority to offer it for sale was not granted until, on the 9th of February, 1552, Rabelais had given in his resignation of his cure at Meudon, and of another cure which he possessed, under the title of benefice, in the diocese of Le Mans. He retired in bad health to Paris, where he died shortly afterwards, in 1553, "in Rue des Jardins, parish of St. Paul, in the cemetery whereof he was interred," says Colletet, "close to a large tree which was still to be seen a few years ago." Such a life, this constant change of position, profession, career, taste, patron, and residence, bore a strong resemblance to what we should nowadays call a Bohemian life; and everything shows that Rabelais' habits, without being scandalous, were not more regular or more dignified than his condition in the world. Had we no precise and personal information about him in this respect, still his literary work, Gargantua and Pantagruel, would not leave us in any doubt. There is no printed book, sketch, conversation, or story which is more coarse and cynical, and which testifies, whether as regards the author or the public for whom the work is intended, to a more complete and habitual dissoluteness in thought, morals, and language. There is certainly no ground for wondering that the Sorbonne, in proceeding against the Vie trésorifique du grand Gargantua, Père de Pantagruel, should have described it as "an obscene tale," and the whole part of Panurge, the brilliant talker of the tale, "take him for all in all the best boy in the world," fully justifies the Sorbonne. But by way of striking contrast, at the same time that the works of Rabelais attest the irregularity of men's lives and minds, they also reveal the great travail that is going on and the great progress that has already been made in the intellectual condition of his day, in the influence of natural and legitimate feelings, and in the appreciation of men's mutual rights and duties. 62 years ago, M. Guizot published, in a periodical collection entitled Annales de l'Education, a study of Rabelais' ideas compared with the practice and routine of his day in respect of education, an important question in the 16th as it is in the 19th century. It will be well to quote here from that study certain fragments which will give some notion of what new ideas and tendencies were making their way into the social life of France, and were coincident with that great religious and political ferment which was destined to reach bursting point in the reign of Francis I., and to influence for nearly a century the fortunes of France. "It was no easy matter," were the words used by M. Guizot in 1811, "to speak reasonably about education at the time when Rabelais wrote. There was then no idea of home education and the means of rendering it practicable. As to public education, there was no extensive range, and nothing really useful to the community in the instruction received by children at college. No justice and no humanity in the treatment they experienced, a fruitless and ridiculously prolonged study of words, succeeded by a no less fruitless study of interminable subtleties. And all this fruitless knowledge driven into the brains of children by help of chastisements, blows, and that barbarous severity which seems to regard the compel intrare as the principal law and object of instruction. How proceed in such a state of things to conceive a plan of liberal, gentle, and reasonable education? Rabelais, in his book, had begun by avoiding the danger of directly shocking received ideas. By transporting both himself and his heroes to the regions of imagination and extravagance, he had set himself at liberty to bring them up in quite a different fashion than that of his times. The rectors of colleges could not pretend that Pantagruel, who was hardly born before he sucked down at every meal the milk of 4,600 cows, and for whose first shirt there had been cut 900 ells of Chantalreau linen, was a portrait of any of the little boys who trembled at their ferules. Pantagruel is in his cradle; he is bound and swathed in it, like all children at that time, but ere long Gargantua, his father, perceives that these bands are constraining his movements, and that he is making efforts to burst there. He immediately, by advice of the princes and lords present, orders the said shackles to be undone, and lo! Pantagruel is no longer uneasy, and thus became he big and strong full early. There came, however, the time when his instruction must begin. My will, said Gargantua, is to hand him over to some learned man for to indoctrinate him according to his capacity, and to spare nothing to that end. He accordingly put Pantagruel under a great teacher, who began by bringing him up under the fashion of those times. He taught him his charte, or alphabet, to such purpose that he could say it by heart backwards, and he was 5 years and 3 months about it. Then he read with him Donatus and Facitus, old elementary works on Latin grammar, and he was 13 years, 6 months, and 2 weeks over that. Then he read with him the De Modis Significandi, with the commentaries of Hertubisius, Fasquin, and a heap of others, and he was more than 18 years and 11 months over them, and knew them so well that he proved on his fingers to his mother that De Modis Significandi non erat scientia. After so much labor and so many years, what did Pantagruel know? Gargantua was no bigot. He did not shut his eyes that he might not see, and he believed what his eyes told him. He saw that Pantagruel worked very hard and spent all his time at it, and yet he got no good by it. And what was worse, he was becoming daft, silly, dreamy, and besotted through it. So Pantagruel was taken away from his former masters and handed over to Ponocrates, a teacher of quite a different sort, who was bidden to take him to Paris to make a new creature of him and complete his education there. Ponocrates was very careful not to send him to any college. Rabelais, as it appears, had a special aversion for Montaigu College. Tempest, says he, was a great boy flogger at Montaigu College. If for flogging poor little children, unoffending schoolboys, pedagogues are damned, he, upon my word of honor, is now on Ixion's wheel, flogging the dock-tailed cur that turns it. Pantagruel's education was now humane and gentle. Accordingly, he soon took pleasure in the work which Ponocrates was at the pains of rendering interesting to him by the very nature and the variety of the subjects of it. Is it not a very remarkable phenomenon that at such a time and in such a condition of public instruction a man should have had sufficient sagacity not only to regard the natural sciences as one of the principal subjects of study which ought to be included in a course of education, but further to make the observation of nature the basis of that study, to fix the pupil's attention upon examination of facts, and to impress upon him the necessity of applying his knowledge by studying those practical arts and industries which profit by such applications? That, however, Rabelais did, probably by dint of sheer good sense, and without having any notion himself about the wide bearing of his ideas. Ponocrates took Pantagruel through a course of what we should nowadays call practical study of the exact and natural sciences as they were understood in the 16th century; but at the same time, far from forgetting the moral sciences, he assigns to them for each day a definite place and an equally practical character. As soon as Pantagruel was up, he says, some page or other of the sacred scripture was read to him aloud and distinctly, with pronunciations suited to the subject. In accordance with the design and purport of this lesson, he, at frequent intervals, devoted himself to doing reverence and saying prayers to the good God, whose majesty and marvellous judgments were shown forth in what was read. When evening came, he and his teacher briefly recapitulated together, after the manner of the Pythagoreans, all that he had read, seen, learned, and heard in the course of the whole day. They prayed to God the Creator, worshipping him, glorifying him for his boundless goodness, giving him thanks for all the time that was past, and commending themselves to his divine mercy for all that was to come. This done, they went to their rest. And at the end of this course of education, so complete both from the worldly and the religious point of view, Rabelais shows us young Pantagruel living in affectionate and respectful intimacy with his father Gargantua, who, as he sees him off on his travels, gives him these last words of advice: "Science without conscience is naught but ruin to the soul. It behooves thee to serve, love, and fear God. Have thou in suspicion the abuses of the world. Set not thine heart on vanity, for this life is transitory, but the word of God abideth forever. Reverence thy teachers, flee the company of those whom thou wouldest not resemble, and when thou feelest sure that thou hast acquired all that is to be learned yonder, return to me that I may see thee and give thee my blessing ere I die." After what was said above about the personal habits and the works of Rabelais, these are certainly not the ideas, sentiments, and language one would expect to find at the end and as the conclusion of his life and his book. And it is precisely on account of this contrast that more space has been accorded in this history to the man and his book than would in the natural course of things have been due to them. At the bottom, and beyond their mere appearances, the life and the book of Rabelais are a true and vivid reflection of the moral and social ferment characteristic of his time, a time of innovation and of obstruction, of corruption and of regeneration, of decay and of renaissance, all at once. A deeply serious crisis in a strong and complicated social system, which had been hitherto exposed to the buffets and the risks of brute force, but was intellectually full of life and aspiration, was in travail of a double yearning for reforming itself and setting itself in order, and did indeed, in the 16th century, attempt at one and the same time a religious and a political reformation, the object whereof, missed as it was at that period, is still at the bottom of all true Frenchmen's trials and struggles. This great movement of the 16th century we are now about to approach, and will attempt to fix its character with precision and mark the imprint of its earliest steps. End of Section 20. Section 21 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 30. Francis I and the Reformation, Part 1. Nearly half a century before the Reformation made any noise in France, it had burst out with great force and had established its footing in Germany, Switzerland, and England. John Huss and Jerome of Prague, both born in Bohemia, one in 1373 and the other in 1378, had been condemned as heretics and burned at Constance, one in 1415 and the other in 1416, by decree and in the presence of the council which had been there assembled. But at the commencement of the 16th century, Luther in Germany and Zwingle in Switzerland had taken in hand the work of the Reformation, and before half that century had rolled by, they had made the foundations of their new church so strong that their powerful adversaries, with Charles V. at their head, felt obliged to treat with them and recognize their position in the European world, though all the while disputing their right. In England, Henry VIII., under the influence of an unbridled passion, as all his passions were, for Anna Boleyn, had in 1531 broken with the Church of Rome, whose pope, Clement VII., refused very properly to pronounce him divorced from his wife Catherine of Aragon, and the king had proclaimed himself the spiritual head of the English Church without meeting either amongst his clergy or in his kingdom with any effectual opposition. Thus, in these three important states of Western Europe, the Reformers had succeeded, and the religious revolution was in process of accomplishment. In France it was quite otherwise. Not that there, too, there were not amongst Christians profound dissensions and ardent desires for religious reform. We will dwell directly upon its explosion, its vicissitudes, and its characteristics. But France did not contain, as Germany did, several distinct states, independent and pretty strong, though by no means equally so, which could offer to the different creeds a secure asylum, and could form one with another coalitions capable of resisting the head of that incohesive coalition which was called the Empire of Germany. In the 16th century, on the contrary, the unity of the French monarchy was established, and it was all, throughout its whole extent, subject to the same laws and the same master, as regarded the religious bodies as well as the body politic. In this monarchy, however, there did not happen to be, at the date of the 16th century, a sovereign audacious enough and powerful enough to gratify his personal passions at the cost of embroiling himself, like Henry VIII., with the spiritual head of Christendom, and, from the mere desire for a change of wife, to change the regimen of the church in his dominions. Francis I., on the contrary, had scarcely ascended the throne, when, by abolishing the Pragmatic Sanction and signing the Concordat of 1516, he attached himself more closely to the papacy. The nascent Reformation, then, did not meet in France with either of the two important circumstances, politically considered, which in Germany and in England rendered its first steps more easy and more secure. It was in the cause of religious creeds alone, and by means of moral force alone, that she had to maintain the struggles in which she engaged. At the beginning of the 16th century there lived at a small castle near Gap in Dauphiny, in the bosom of a noble and unostentatiously pious family, a young man of ardent imagination, fiery temperament, and energetic character, who shared his relatives' creeds and joined in their devotions, but grew weary of the monotony of his thoughts and of his life. William Farel heard talk of another young man, his contemporary and neighbor, Peter du Terrail, even now almost famous under the name of Bayard. "Such sons," was said in his hearing, "are as arrows in the hand of a giant. Blessed is he who has his quiver full of them." Young Farel pressed his father to let him go too, and make himself a man in the world. The old gentleman would willingly have permitted his son to take up such a life as Bayard's, but it was towards the University of Paris, "that mother of all the sciences, that pure and shining mirror of the faith," that the young man's aspirations were directed. The father at first opposed, but afterwards yielded to his wishes; and about 1510 William Farel quitted Gap and arrived at Paris. The questions raised by the councils of Bale and Florence, and by the semi political, semi ecclesiastical assembly at Tours, which had been convoked by Louis XII., the instruction at the Parisian University, and the attacks of the Sorbonne on the study of Greek and Hebrew, branded as heresy, were producing a lively agitation in the public mind. A doctor of theology, already advanced in years, of small stature, of mean appearance, and of low origin, Jacques Lefebvre by name, born at Etaples in Picardy, had for 17 years filled with great success a professorship in the university. "Amongst many thousands of men," said Erasmus, "you will not find any of higher integrity or more versed in polite letters." "He is very fond of me," wrote Zwingle about him; "he is perfectly open and good. He argues, he sings, he plays, and he laughs with me at the follies of the world." Some circumstance or other brought the young student and the old scholar together. They liked one another, and soon became friends. Farel was impressed by his master's devotion as well as learning. He saw him on his knees at church praying fervently, and "never," said he, "had I seen a chanter of mass who chanted it with deeper reverence." But this old fashioned piety did not interfere at all with the freedom of the professor's ideas and conversations touching either the abuses or the doctrines of the church. "How shameful it is," he would say, "to see a bishop soliciting people to drink with him, caring for naught but gaming, constantly handling the dice and the dice box, constantly hunting, hallooing after birds and game, frequenting bad houses! Religion has but one foundation, but one end, but one head, Jesus Christ blessed forever. He alone trod the winepress. Let us not, then, call ourselves by the name of St. Paul, or Apollos, or St. Peter." These free conversations worked, not all at once, but none the less effectually, upon those who heard them. "The end was," says Farel, "that little by little the papacy slipped from its place in my heart; it did not come down at the first shock." At the same time that he thus talked with his pupils, Lefevre of Etaples published a commentary on the epistles of St. Paul, and then a commentary on the Gospels. "Christians," said he, "are those only who love Jesus Christ and his word. May everything be illumined by his light. Through it may there be a return of times like those of that primitive church which devoted to Jesus Christ so many martyrs. May the Lord of the harvest, foreseeing a new harvest, send new and diligent laborers. My dear William," he added, turning to Farel and taking his hand, "God will renew the world, and you will see it." It was not only professors and pupils, scholars grown old in meditation, and young folks eager for truth, liberty, action, and renown, who welcomed passionately those boundless and undefined hopes, those yearnings towards a brilliant and at the same time a vague future, at which they looked forward, according to the expression used by Lefevre of Etaples to Farel, to a "renewal of the world." Men holding a social position very different from that of the philosophers, men with minds formed on an acquaintance with facts and in the practice of affairs, took part in this intellectual and religious ferment, and protected and encouraged its fervent adherents. William Briconnet, Bishop of Meaux, a prelate who had been Louis XII.'s ambassador to Pope Julius II., and one amongst the negotiators of Francis I.'s concordat with Leo X., opened his diocese to the preachers and writers recommended to him by his friend Lefevre of Etaples, and supported them in their labors for the translation and propagation amongst the people of the Holy Scriptures. They had at court, and near the king's own person, the avowed support of his sister, Princess Marguerite, who was beautiful, sprightly, affable, kind, disposed towards all lofty and humane sentiments as well as all intellectual pleasures, and an object of the sometimes rash attentions of the most eminent and most different men of her time, Charles V., the Constable de Bourbon, Admiral Bonnivet, and Clement Marot. Marguerite, who was married to the Duc d'Alencon, widowed in 1525, and married a second time, in 1527, to Henry d'Albret, King of Navarre, was all her life at Pau and at Nérac, as well as at Paris, a centre, a focus of social, literary, religious, and political movement. "The king her brother loved her dearly," says Brantome, "and always called her his darling. Very often, when he had important business, he left it to her, waiting for her definitive and conclusive decision. The ambassadors who talked with her were enchanted by her, and always went to see her after having paid their first ambassadorial visit. She had so great a regard and affection for the king that, when she heard of his dangerous illness, she said, 'Whosoever shall come to my door and announce to me the recovery of the king my brother, such courier, should he be tired and worn out and muddy and dirty, I will go and kiss and embrace as if he were the sprucest prince and gentleman of France; and should he be in want of a bed, and unable to find one whereon to rid him of his weariness, I would give him mine, and I would rather lie on the hard for the good news he brought me.'" She was suspected of inclining to the religion of Luther, but she never made any profession or sign thereof; and if she believed it, she kept it in her heart very secret, inasmuch as the king did hate it sorely." "The heresy was seen glimmering here and there," says another contemporary witness, Florimond de Raymond, in his Histoire de l'Hérésie, "but it appeared and disappeared like a nightly meteor which has but a flickering brightness." At bottom, this reserve was quite in conformity with the mental condition of that class, or, as one might be inclined to say, that circle of reformers at court. Luther and Zwingle had distinctly declared war on the papacy. Henry VIII. had with a flourish separated England from the Romish church. Marguerite de Valois and Bishop Briconnet neither wished nor demanded so much. They aspired no further than to reform the abuses of the Romish Church by the authority of that Church itself, in concert with its heads and according to its traditional regimen. They had no idea of more than dealing kindly, and even sympathetically, with the liberties and the progress of science and human intelligence. Confined within these limits, the idea was legitimate and honest enough, but it showed want of foresight, and was utterly vain. When, whether in state or church, the vices and defects of government have lasted for ages and become habits not only inveterate but closely connected with powerful personal interests, a day at last comes when the deplorable result is seen in pig-headedness and weakness. Then there is an explosion of deep-seated and violent shocks, from which infinitely more is expected than they can accomplish, and which, even when they are successful, cost the people very dear, for their success is sullied and incomplete. A certain amount of good government and general good sense is a necessary preface and preparation for any good sort of reform. Happy the nations who are spared by their wisdom or their good fortune the cruel trial of only obtaining such reforms as they need when they have been reduced to prosecute them beneath the slings and arrows of outrageous revolution. Christian France in the 16th century was not so favorably situated. During the first years of Francis I.'s reign, from 1515 to 1520, young and ardent reformers, such as William Farel and his friends, were but isolated individuals, eager after new ideas and study, very favorable towards all that came to them from Germany, but without any consistency yet as a party, and without having committed any striking act of aggression against the Roman Church. Nevertheless, they were even then, so far as the heads and the devoted adherents of that church were concerned, objects of serious disquietude and jealous supervision. The Sorbonne, in particular, pronounced vehemently against them. Luther and his progress were beginning to make a great noise in France. After his discussion with Dr. Eck at Leipzig, in 1519, he had consented to take for judges the universities of Erfurt and Paris. On the 20th of January, 1520, the quaestor of the nation of France bought 20 copies of Luther's conference with Dr. Eck to distribute amongst the members of his committee. The university gave more than a year to its examination. "All Europe," says Crevier, "was waiting for the decision of the University of Paris." Whenever an incident occurred or a question arose, "We shall see," said they of the Sorbonne, "what sort of folks hold to Luther. Why, that fellow is worse than Luther." In April 1521 the University solemnly condemned Luther's writings, ordering that they should be publicly burned, and that the author should be compelled to retract. The syndic of the Sorbonne, Noel Bédier, who, to give his name a classical twang, was called Bédat, had been the principal and the most eager actor in this procedure. He was a theologian full of subtlety, obstinacy, harshness, and hatred. "In a single Bédat there are 3,000 monks," Erasmus used to say of him. The syndic had at court two powerful patrons, the king's mother, Louise of Savoy, and the chancellor, Duprat, both decided enemies of the Reformers. Louise of Savoy, in consequence of her licentious morals and her thirst for riches; Duprat, by reason of the same thirst, and of his ambition to become an equally great lord in the church as in the state. And he succeeded, for in 1525 he was appointed Archbishop of Sens. They were, moreover, both of them, opposed to any liberal reform, and devoted, in any case, to absolute power. Beaucaire de Peguilhem, a contemporary and most Catholic historian, for he accompanied the Cardinal of Lorraine to the Council of Trent, calls Duprat "the most vicious of bipeds." Such patrons did not lack hot-headed executants of their policy. Friendly relations had not ceased between the Reformers and their adversaries. A Jacobin monk, de Roma by name, was conversing one day at Meaux with Farel and his friends. The Reformers expressed the hopes they had in the propagation of the gospel. De Roma all at once stood up, shouting, "Then I, and all the rest of the brotherhood, will preach a crusade; we will stir up the people; and if the king permits the preaching of your gospel, we will have him expelled by his own subjects from his own kingdom." Fanatical passions were already at work, though the parties were too unequal as yet to come to actual force. Against such passions the Reformers found Francis I. a very indecisive and very inefficient protector. "I wish," said he, "to give men of letters special marks of my favor." When deputies from the Sorbonne came and requested him to put down the publication of learned works taxed with heresy, "I do not wish," he replied, "to have those folks meddled with; to persecute those who instruct us would be to keep men of ability from coming to our country." But, in spite of his language, orders were given to the bishops to furnish the necessary funds for the prosecution of heretics, and when the charge of heresy became frequent, Francis I. no longer repudiated it. "Those people," he said, "do nothing but bring trouble into the state." Troubles, indeed, in otherwise tranquil provinces, where the Catholic faith was in great force, often accompanied the expression of those wishes for reform to which the local clergy themselves considered it necessary to make important concessions. A serious fire took place at Troyes in 1524. "It was put down," says M. Boutiot, a learned and careful historian of that town, "to the account of the new religious notions, as well as to that of the Emperor Charles V.'s friends and the Constable de Bourbon's partisans. As early as 1520 there had begun to be felt at Troyes the first symptoms of repressive measures directed against the Reformation. In 1523, 1527, and 1528 provincial councils were held at Meaux, Lyons, Rouen, Bourges, and Paris, to oppose the Lutherans. These councils drew up regulations tending to reformation of morals and of religious ceremonies. They decided that the administration of the sacraments should take place without any demand for money, and that preachers in their sermons should confine themselves to the sacred books, and not quote poets or profane authors. They closed the churches to profane assemblies and burlesques (fetes des fous). They ordered the parish priests in their addresses (au prône) to explain the gospel of the day. They ruled that a stop should be put to the abuses of excommunication. They interdicted the publication of any book on religious subjects without the permission of the bishop of the diocese. Troyes at that time contained some enlightened men. William Bude Budæus was in uninterrupted communication with it. The Pitou family, represented by their head, Peter Pitou, a barrister at Troyes, and a man highly thought of, were in correspondence with the Reformers, especially with Lefebvre of Etaples." And thus was going on throughout almost the whole of France, partly in the path of liberty, partly in that of concessions, partly in that of hardships, the work of the Reformation, too weak as yet, and too disconnected, to engage to any purpose in a struggle, but even now sufficiently widespread and strong to render abortive any attempt to strangle it. Section 22 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 30. Francis I. and the Reformation, Part II. The defeat at Pavia and the captivity of Francis I. at Madrid placed the governing power for 13 months in the hands of the most powerful foes of the Reformation, the regent Louise of Savoy and the chancellor Duprat. They used it unsparingly, with the harsh indifference of politicians who will have at any price peace within their dominions and submission to authority. It was under their regimen that there took place the first martyrdom decreed and executed in France upon a partisan of the Reformation for an act of aggression and offence against the Catholic Church. John Leclerc, a wool carder at Meaux, seeing a bull of indulgences affixed to the door of Meaux Cathedral, had torn it down, and substituted for it a placard in which the pope was described as Antichrist. Having been arrested on the spot, he was, by decree of the Parliament of Paris, whipped publicly, 3 days consecutively, and branded on the forehead by the hangman in the presence of his mother, who cried, "Jesus Christ forever!" He was banished, and retired in July 1525 to Metz; and there he was working at his trade when he heard that a solemn procession was to take place next day in the environs of the town. In his blind zeal he went and broke down the images at the feet of which the Catholics were to have burned incense. Being arrested on his return to the town, he, far from disavowing the deed, acknowledged it and gloried in it. He was sentenced to a horrible punishment. His right hand was cut off, his nose was torn out, pincers were applied to his arms, his nipples were plucked out, his head was confined in 2 circlets of red-hot iron, and whilst he was still chanting in a loud voice this versicle from the 115th Psalm, "Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands," His bleeding and mutilated body was thrown upon the blazing faggots. He had a younger brother, Peter Leclerc, a simple wool carder like himself, who remained at Meaux, devoted to the same faith and the same cause. "Great Claire," says a contemporary chronicler, playing upon his name, who knew no language but that which he had learned from his nurse, but who, being thoroughly grounded in the holy writings, besides the integrity of his life, was chosen by the weavers and became the first minister of the gospel seen in France." An old man of Meaux, named Stephen Manguin, offered his house, situated near the market place, for holding regular meetings. 40 or 50 of the faithful formed the nucleus of the little church which grew up. Peter Leclerc preached and administered the sacraments in Stephen Manguin's house so regularly that 20 years after his brother John's martyrdom, the meetings, composed partly of believers who flocked in from the neighboring villages, were from 300 to 400 in number. One day, when they had celebrated the Lord's Supper, the 8th of September, 1546, the house was surrounded, and nearly 60 persons, men, women, and children, who allowed themselves to be arrested without making any resistance, were taken. They were all sent before the Parliament of Paris. 14 of the men were sentenced to be burned alive in the great market place at Meaux, on the spot nearest to the house in which the crime of heresy had been committed; and their wives, together with their nearest relatives, were sentenced to be present at the execution, "the men bareheaded, and the women ranged beside them individually, in such sort that they might be distinguished amongst the rest." The decree was strictly carried out. It costs a pang to recur to these hideous exhibitions, but it must be done; for history not only has a right, but is bound to do justice upon the errors and crimes of the past, especially when the past had no idea of guilt in the commission of them. A wit of the last century, Chamfort, used to say, "There is nothing more dangerous than an honest man engaged in a rascally calling." There is nothing more dangerous than errors and crimes of which the perpetrators do not see the absurd and odious character. The contemporary historian Slyden says expressly, "The common people in France hold that there are no people more wicked and criminal than heretics. Generally, as long as they are a prey to the blazing faggots, the people around them are excited to frenzy and curse them in the midst of their torments." The 16th century is that period of French history at which this intellectual and moral blindness cost France "their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands," most dear. It supplied the bad passions of men with a means, of which they amply availed themselves, of gratifying them without scruple and without remorse. If, in the early part of this century, the Reformation was as yet without great leaders, it was not, nevertheless, amongst only the laborers, the humble and the poor, that it found confessors and martyrs. The provincial nobility, the burgesses of the town, the magistracy, the bar, the industrial classes as well as the learned, even then furnished their quota of devoted and faithful friends. A nobleman, a Picard by birth, born about 1490 at Passy, near Paris, where he generally lived, Louis de Berquin by name, was one of the most distinguished of them by his social position, his elevated ideas, his learning, the purity of his morals, and the dignity of his life. Possessed of a patrimonial estate near Abbeville, which brought him in a modest income of 600 crowns a year, and a bachelor, he devoted himself to study and to religious matters with independence of mind and with a pious heart. "Most faithfully observant," says Erasmus, "of the ordinances and rites of the church, to wit, prescribed fasts, holy days, forbidden meats, masses, sermons, and, in a word, all that tends to piety, he strongly reprobated the doctrines of Luther." He was none the less, in 1523, denounced to the Parliament of Paris as being on the side of the Reformers. He had books, it was said; he even composed them himself on questions of faith, and he had been engaged in some sort of dispute with the theologian William de Coutances, head of Harcourt College. The attorney general of the Parliament ordered one of his officers to go and make an examination of Berquin's books as well as papers, and to seize what appeared to him to savor of heresy. The officer brought away diverse works of Luther, Melancthon, and Carlostadt, and some original treatises of Berquin himself, which were deposited in the keeping of the court. The theological faculty claimed to examine them as being within their competence. On being summoned by the attorney general, Berquin demanded to be present when an inventory was made of his books or manuscripts, and to give such explanations as he should deem necessary, and his request was granted without question. On the 26th of June, 1523, the commissioners of the Sorbonne made their report. On the 8th of July, Peter Lizet, king's advocate, read it out to the court. The matter came on again for hearing on the 1st of August. Berquin was summoned and interrogated, and, as the result of this interrogatory, was arrested and carried off to imprisonment at the Conciergerie in the Square Tower. On the 5th of August sentence was pronounced, and Louis de Berquin was remanded to appear before the Bishop of Paris, as being charged with heresy, "in which case," says the Journal d'un Bourgeois de Paris, "he would have been in great danger of being put to death according to law, as he had well deserved." The public were as ready as the accusers to believe in the crime and to impatiently await its punishment. It was not without surprise or without displeasure that, on the 8th of August, just as they had "made over to the Bishop of Paris, present and accepting," the prisoner confined in the Conciergerie, the members of the council chamber observed the arrival of Captain Frederic, belonging to the archers of the king's guard, and bringing a letter from the king, who changed the venue in Berquin's case so as to decide it himself at his grand council; in consequence of which the prisoner would have to be handed over, not to the bishop, but to the king. The chamber remonstrated. Berquin was no longer their prisoner, the matter had been decided, it was the bishop to whom application must be made. But these remonstrances had been foreseen; the captain had verbal instructions to carry off Louis de Berquin by force in case of a refusal to give him up. The chamber decided upon handing over the bishop's prisoner to the king, contenting themselves with causing the seized books and manuscripts to be burned that very day in the space in front of Notre Dame. It was whilst repairing to the scene of war in Italy, and when he was just entering Melun, where he merely passed through, that the king had given this unexpected order, on the very day, August 5, on which the Parliament pronounced the decree which sent Berquin to appear before the Bishop of Paris. There is no clear trace of the vigilant protector, or who had so closely watched the proceedings against Berquin, and so opportunely appealed for the king's interference. In any incident of this sort there is a temptation to presume that the influence was that of Princess Marguerite; but it is not certain that she was at this time anywhere near the king. Perhaps John du Bellay, Bishop of Bayonne, acted for her. Francis I. was, moreover, disposed to extend protection, of his own accord, to gentlemen and scholars against furious theologians, when the latter were not too formidable for him. However that may be, Berquin, on becoming the king's prisoner, was summoned before the chancellor Duprat, who, politely reproaching him with having disquieted the church, confined himself to requesting that he would testify some regret for it. Berquin submitted with a good grace, and, being immediately set at liberty, left Paris and repaired to his estate in Picardy. Whilst he there resumed his life of peaceful study, the Parliament continued to maintain in principle and openly proclaim its right of repression against heretics. On the 12th of August, 1523, it caused notice to be given, by sound of trumpet, throughout the whole of Paris, that clergy and laymen were to deposit in the keeping of the palace all Luther's books that they possessed. Laymen who did not comply with this order would have their property confiscated. Clergymen would be deprived of their temporalities and banished. Toleration, in a case of suspected heresy, was an act of the king's which itself required toleration. Proceedings against heresy remained the law of the land, constantly hanging over every head. 18 months later, in May 1525, there seemed to be no further thought about Berquin. But the battle of Pavia was lost; Francis I. was a prisoner at Madrid; Louise of Savoy and the chancellor Duprat wielded the power. The question of heretics again came to the front. "The queen must be told," said Pierre Lizet, king's advocate, "as St. Gregory told Bruneau, Queen of the Franks, that the best way of driving away the enemies of the kingdom is to drive away from it the enemies of God and his spouse the church." On the 10th of April, 1525, on occasion of giving the regent some counsel as to her government, the Parliament strongly recommended her to take proceedings against the heretics. "The court," they said to her, "has before now passed several provisional decrees against the guilty, which have not been executed because of the evil disposition of the times, and the hindrances effected by the delinquents, who have found means of suspending and delaying the judgments given against them, as well as by transference of the venue to the grand council, as by seizure and removal of certain of them, prisoners at the time, whom they have had withdrawn from their prisons, by exercise of sovereign and absolute power, which has given the rest occasion and boldness to follow the evil doctrine." It was impossible to reproach the king more broadly with having set Berquin at liberty. The Parliament further advised the regent to ask the pope to send over to France pontifical delegates invested with his own powers to watch and to try in his name "even archbishops, bishops, and abbots who by their deeds, writings, or discourses should render themselves suspected of a leaning towards heresy." Louise of Savoy, without any appearance of being hurt by the attack made by the Parliament on the acts of the king her son, eagerly followed the advice given her; and on the 20th of May, 1525, Clement VII., in his turn, eagerly appointed 4 delegates commissioned to try all those suspected of heresy, who, in case of condemnation, were to be left to the secular arm. On the very day on which the pope appointed his delegates, the faculty of theology at Paris passed censure upon diverse writings of Erasmus, translated and spread abroad in France by Berquin; and on the 8th of January, 1526, the Bishop of Amiens demanded of the Parliament authority "to order the body to be seized of Louis de Berquin, who resided in his diocese and was scandalizing it by his behavior." The Parliament authorized his arrest; and on the 24th of January Berquin was once more a prisoner in the Conciergerie, at the same time that orders were given to seize all his books and papers, whether at his own house or that of his friend the Lord of Rambure at Abbeville. The great trial of Berquin for heresy was recommenced, and in it the great name of Erasmus was compromised. When the question was thus solemnly reopened, Berquin's defenders were much excited. Defenders, we have said; but, in truth, history names but one, the Princess Marguerite, who alone showed any activity, and alone did anything to the purpose. She wrote at once to the king, who was still at Madrid, "My desire to obey your commands was sufficiently strong without having it redoubled by the charity you have been pleased to show to poor Berquin according to your promise. I feel sure that he, for whom I believe him to have suffered, will approve of the mercy which, for his honor, you have had upon his servant and yours." Francis I. had in fact written to suspend until his return the proceedings against Berquin, as well as those against Lefevre, Roussel, and all the other doctors suspected of heresy. The regent transmitted the king's orders to the pope's delegates, who presented themselves on the 20th of February before the Parliament to ask its advice. "The king is as badly advised as he himself is good," said the dean of the faculty of theology. The Parliament answered that, "for a simple letter missive," it could not adjourn; it must have a letter patent; and it went on with the trial. Berquin presented several demands for delay, evidently in order to wait for the king's return and personal intervention. The court refused them; and on the 5th of March, 1526, the judgment was read to him in his prison at the Conciergerie. It was to the effect that his book should be again burned before his eyes, that he should declare his approval of so just a sentence, and that he should earn the compassion of the church by not refusing her any satisfaction she might demand, else he should himself go to the stake. Whilst Berquin's trial was thus coming to an end, Francis I. was entering France once more in freedom, crying, "So I am king again." During the latter days of March, amongst the numerous personages who came to congratulate him was John de Selve, premier president of the Parliament of Paris. The king gave him a very cold reception. "My lords," wrote the premier president to his court, "I heard, through M. de Selve, my nephew, about some displeasure that was felt as regards our body, and I also perceived it myself. I have already begun to speak of it to Madame (the king's mother). I will do, as I am bound to, my duty towards the court, with God's help." On the 1st of April, the king, who intended to return by none but slow stages to Paris, wrote from Mont de Marsan to the judges holding his court of Parliament at Paris, "We have presently been notified how that, notwithstanding that through our dear and much loved lady and mother, regent in France during our absence, it was written unto you and ordered that you would be pleased not to proceed in any way whatever with the matter of Sieur Berquin, lately detained a prisoner, until we should have been enabled to return to this our kingdom, you have nevertheless, at the request and pursuance of his ill wishers, so far proceeded with his business that you have come to a definitive judgment on it. Whereat we cannot be too much astounded. For this cause we do will and command and enjoin upon you that you are not to proceed to execution of the said judgment, which, as the report is, you have pronounced against the said Berquin, but shall put him, himself and the depositions and the proceedings in his said trial in such safe keeping that you may be able to answer to us for them. And take care that you make no default therein, for we do warn you that, if default there be, we shall look to such of you as shall seem good to us to answer to us for it." Here was not only a letter patent, but a letter minatory. As to the execution of their judgment, the Parliament obeyed the king's injunction, maintaining, however, the principle as well as the legality of Berquin's sentence, and declaring that they awaited the king's orders to execute it. "According to the teaching of the two Testaments," they said, "God ever rageth in his just wrath against the nations who failed to enforce respect for the laws prescribed by himself. It is important, moreover, to hasten the event, in order as soon as possible to satisfy, independently of God, the people who murmur and whose impatience is becoming verily troublesome." Francis I. did not reply. He would not have dared, even in thought, to attack the question of principle as to the chastisement of heresy, and he was afraid of weakening his own authority too much if he humiliated his Parliament too much. It was sufficient for him that he might consider Berquin's life to be safe. Kings or protectors who are easily satisfied when their protection, to be worth anything, might entail upon them the necessity of an energetic struggle and of self compromise. "Trust not in princes nor their children," said Lord Strafford, after the Psalmist, when, in the 17th century, he found that Charles I. was abandoning him to the English Parliament and the executioner. Louis de Berquin might have felt similar distrust as to Francis I., but his nature was confident and hopeful. When he knew of the king's letter to the Parliament, he considered himself safe; and he testified as much to Erasmus in a long letter, in which he told him the story of his trial, and alluded to "the fresh outbreak of anger on the part of those hornets who accuse me of heresy," said he, "simply because I have translated into the vulgar tongue some of your little works, wherein they pretend that they have discovered the most monstrous pieces of impiety." He transmitted to Erasmus a list of the paragraphs which the pope's delegates had condemned, pressing him to reply, "as you well know how. The king esteems you much, and will esteem you still more when you have heaped confusion on this brood of benighted theologians whose ineptitude is no excuse for their violence." By a strange coincidence, Berquin's most determined foe, Noel Beda, provost of the Sorbonne, sent at the same time to Erasmus a copy of more than 200 propositions which had been extracted from his works, and against which he, Beda, also came forward as accuser. Erasmus was a prudent man, and did not seek strife; but when he was personally and offensively attacked by enemies against whom he was conscious of his strength, he exhibited it proudly and ably; and he replied to Beda by denouncing him, on the 6th of June, to the Parliament of Paris itself, as an impudent and ignorant calumniator. His letter, read at the session of Parliament on the 5th of July, 1526, was there listened to with profound deference, and produced a sensation which did not remain without effect. In vain did Beda persist in accusing Erasmus of heresy, and in maintaining that he was of the brotherhood of Luther. Parliament considered him in the wrong, provisionally prohibited the booksellers from vending his libels against Erasmus, and required previous authorization to be obtained for all books destined for the press by the rectors of the Sorbonne. Section 23 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This recording is in a public domain. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 30. Francis I. and the Reformation, Part 3. The success of Erasmus was also a success for Berquin. But he was still in prison, ill and maltreated. The king wrote on the 11th of July to Parliament to demand that he should enjoy at least all the liberties that the prison would admit of, that he should no longer be detained in an unhealthy cell, and that he should be placed in that building of the Conciergerie where the courtyard was. "That," was the answer, "would be a bad precedent. They never put in the courtyard convicts who had incurred the penalty of death." An offer was made to Berquin of the chamber reserved for the greatest personages, for princes of the blood, and of permission to walk in the courtyard for 2 hours a day, one in the morning and the other in the evening, in the absence of the other prisoners. Neither the king nor Berquin was inclined to be content with these concessions. The king, in his irritation, sent from Beaugency, on the 5th of October, 2 archers of his guard with a letter to this effect: It is marvellously strange that what we ordered has not yet been done. We do command and most expressly enjoin upon you, this once for all, that you are incontinently to put and deliver the said Berquin into the hands of the said Texier and Charles de Broc, whom we have ordered to conduct him to our castle of the Louvre." The court still objected. A prisoner favored by so high a personage, it was said, would soon be out of such a prison. The objection resulted in a formal refusal to obey. The provost of Paris, John de la Barre, the king's premier gentleman, was requested to repair to the palace and pay Berquin a visit, to ascertain for himself what could be done for him. Berquin, for all that appears, asked for nothing but liberty to read and write. "It is not possible," was the reply; "such liberty is never granted to those who are condemned to death." As a great favor, Berquin was offered a copy of the Letters of St. Jerome and some volumes of history; and the provost had orders not to omit that fact in his report. "The king must be fully assured that the court do all they can to please him." But it was to no purpose. On the 19th of November, 1526, the provost of Paris returned to the palace with a letter from the king, formally commanding him to remove Berquin and transfer him to the Louvre. The court again protested that they would not deliver over the said Berquin to the said provost, but, they said, "seeing what the times are, the said provost will be able to find free access to the Conciergerie for to do there what he hath a mind to." The same day, about 6 in the evening, John de la Barre repaired to the Conciergerie, and removed from it Louis de Berquin, whom he handed over to the captain of the guard and 4 archers, who took him away to the Louvre. 2 months afterwards, in January 1527, Princess Marguerite married Henry d'Albret, King of Navarre, and about the same time, though it is difficult to discover the exact day, Louis de Berquin issued forth a free man from the Louvre, and the new queen, on taking him at once into her service, wrote to the Constable Anne de Montmorency, whom the king had charged with the duty of getting Berquin set at liberty, "I thank you for the pleasure you have done me in the matter of poor Berquin, whom I esteem as much as if he were myself; and so you may say that you have delivered me from prison, since I consider in that light the pleasure done to me." Marguerite's sympathetic joy was as natural as touching. She must have thought Berquin safe; he was free and in the service of one who was fundamentally a sovereign prince, though living in France and in dependence upon the King of France, whose sister he had just married. In France, Berquin was under the stigma of having been condemned to death as a heretic, and was confronted by determined enemies. In so perilous a position, his safety depended upon his courting oblivion. But, instead of that, and consulting only the dictates of his generous and blind confidence in the goodness of his cause, he resolved to assume the offensive and to cry for justice against his enemies. "Beneath the cloak of religion," he wrote to Erasmus, "the priests conceal the vilest passions, the most corrupt morals, and the most scandalous infidelity. It is necessary to rend the veil which covers them, and boldly bring an accusation of impiety against the Sorbonne, Rome, and all their flunkies." Erasmus, justly alarmed, used all his influence to deter him; but "the more confidence he showed," says he, "the more I feared for him. I wrote to him frequently, begging him to get quit of the case by some expedient, or even to withdraw himself on the pretext of a royal ambassadorship obtained by the influence of his friends. I told him that the theologians would probably, as time went on, let his affair drop, but that they would never admit themselves to be guilty of impiety. I told him to always bear in mind what a hydra was that Beda, and at how many mouths he belched forth venom. I told him to reflect well that he was about to commit himself with a foe that was immortal, for a faculty never dies, and to rest assured that, after having brought 3 monks to bay, he would have to defend himself against numerous legions, not only opulent and powerful, but besides very dishonest and very experienced in the practice of every kind of cheatery, who would never rest until they had effected his ruin, were his cause as just as Christ's. I told him not to trust too much to the king's protection, the favor of princes being unstable, and their affections easily alienated by the artifices of informers; and if all this could not move him, I told him not to involve me in his business, for, with his permission, I was not at all inclined to get into any tangle with legions of monks and a whole faculty of theology. But I did not succeed in convincing him. Whilst I argued in so many ways to deter him from his design, I did nothing but excite his courage." Not only did Berquin turn a deaf ear to the wise counsels of Erasmus, but his protectress, Marguerite, being moved by his courage, and herself also as imprudent as she was generous, persuaded herself that he was in the right, and supported him in his undertaking. She wrote to the king her brother, "Poor Berquin, who, through your goodness, holds that God has twice preserved his life, throws himself upon you, having no longer any one to whom he can have recourse, for to give you to understand his innocence. And whereas, Monseigneur, I know the esteem in which you hold him, and the desire he hath always had to do you service, I do not fear to entreat you, by letter instead of speech, to be pleased to have pity on him. And if it please you to show signs of taking his matter to heart, I hope that the truth, which he will make to appear, will convict the forgers of heretics of being slanderers and disobedient towards you rather than zealots for the faith." In his complaisance and indifference, Francis I. attended to his sister's wishes, and appeared to support Berquin in his appeal for a fresh and definite investigation of his case. On the other hand, Parliament, to whom the matter was referred, showed a disposition to take into account the king's good will towards Berquin, lately convicted, but now become in his turn plaintiff and accuser. "We have no wish to dispute your power," said the president, Charles de Guillard, to the king at a bed of justice held on the 24th of July, 1527. "It would be a species of sacrilege, and we know well that you are above the laws, and that neither laws nor ordinances can constrain you. Your most humble and most obedient court is comforted and rejoiced at your presence and advent, just as the apostles were when they saw their God after the resurrection. We are assured that your will is to be the peculiar protector and defender of religion, and not to permit or suffer in your kingdom any errors, heresies, or false doctrines." The matter thus reopened pursued its course slowly. 12 judges were appointed to give a definite decision, and the king himself nominated 6, amongst whom he placed Berquin's friend, William Bude. Various incidents unconnected with religious disputes supervened. The Queen of Navarre was brought to bed at Pau, on the 7th of January, 1528, of a daughter, Jeanne d'Albret, the future mother of Henry IV. The marriage of Princess Renee of France, daughter of Louis XII., with Duke Hercule of Ferrara, was concluded, and the preparations for its celebration were going on at Fontainebleau, when, on Monday, June 1, 1528, the day after the feast of Pentecost, "some heretics came by night," says the Journal d'un Bourgeois de Paris, "to an image of Notre Dame de Pierre, which is at a corner of the street behind the church of Petit Saint Antoine; to the which image they gave several blows with their weapons, and cut off her head and that of her little child, our Lord; but it was never known who the image breakers were. The king, being then at Paris, and being advertised thereof, was so wroth and upset that, it is said, he wept right sore; and incontinently, during the 2 days following, he caused it to be proclaimed by sound of trumpet throughout the cross roads of the city, that if any persons knew who had done it, they should make their report and statement to justice and to him, and he would give them 1,000 crowns of gold. Nevertheless, nothing could be known about it, although the king showed great diligence in the matter, and had officers commissioned to go from house to house to make inquiry. On Tuesday and other days following, there were special processions from the parish churches and other churches of the city, which nearly all of them went to the said place. And on the day of the Fete Dieu, which was the 11th day of the said month of June, the king went in procession, most devoutly, with the parish of St. Paul and all the clergy, to the spot where was the said image. He himself carried a lighted waxen taper, bareheaded, with very great reverence, having with him the band and hautbois with several clarions and trumpets, which made a glorious show, so melodiously did they play. And with him were the Cardinal of Lorraine and several prelates and great lords, and all the gentlemen, having each a taper of white wax in their hands, and all his archers had each a waxen taper alight, and thus they went to the spot where was the said image, with very great honor and reverence, which was a beautiful sight to see, and with devotion." In the 16th century, men were far from understanding that respect is due to every religious creed sincerely professed and practised. The innovators who broke the images of the Virgin Mary and the infant Jesus did not consider that by thus brutally attacking that which they regarded as a superstition they were committing a revolting outrage upon Christian consciences. Such an incident was too favorable for Berquin's enemies not to be eagerly turned to profit by them. Although his prosecution had been resumed, he had hitherto remained at large, and been treated respectfully. He repaired without any guard over him from the Louvre to the Palace of Justice. But now he was arrested, and once more confined in the tower of the Conciergerie. Some books of his, seized haphazard and sent to the syndic Beda, were found covered with notes, which were immediately pronounced to be heretical. On the 16th of April, 1529, he was brought before the court. "Louis Berquin," said the president to him, "you are convicted of having belonged to the sect of Luther, and of having made wicked books against the majesty of God and of his glorious mother. In consequence, we do sentence you to make honorable amends, bareheaded, and with a waxen taper alight in your hand, in the great court of the palace, crying for mercy to God, the king, and the law, for the offence by you committed. After that, you will be conducted bareheaded and on foot to the Place de Greve, where your books will be burned before your eyes. Then you will be taken in front of the church of Notre Dame, where you will make honorable amends to God and to the glorious Virgin his mother. After which a hole will be pierced in your tongue, that member wherewith you have sinned. Lastly, you will be placed in the prison of M. de Paris (the bishop), and will be there confined between two stone walls for the whole of your life. And we forbid that there be ever given you book to read or pen and ink to write." This sentence, which Erasmus called atrocious, appeared to take Berquin by surprise. For a moment he remained speechless, and then he said, "I appeal to the king." Whereupon he was taken back to prison. The sentence was to be carried out the same day about 3 p.m. A great crowd of more than 20,000 persons, says a contemporary chronicler, rushed to the bridges, the streets, the squares, where this solemn expiation was to take place. The commissioner of police, the officer of the Chatelet, the archers, crossbowmen, and arquebusiers of the city had repaired to the palace to form the escort; but when they presented themselves at the prison to take Berquin, he told them that he had appealed to the king, and that he would not go with them. The escort and the crowd retired disappointed. The president convoked the tribunal the same evening, and, repairing to the prison, he made Berquin sign the form of his appeal. William Bude hurried to the scene, and vehemently urged the prisoner to give it up. "A second sentence," said he, "is ready, and it pronounces death. If you acquiesce in the first, we shall be able to save you later on. All that is demanded of you is to ask pardon; and have we not all need of pardon?" It appears that for a moment Berquin hesitated, and was on the point of consenting; but Bude remained anxious. "I know him," said he; "his ingenuousness and his confidence in the goodness of his cause will ruin him." The king was at Blois, and his sister Marguerite at St. Germain. On the news of this urgent peril, she wrote to her brother, "I for the last time make you a very humble request; it is that you will be pleased to have pity upon poor Berquin, whom I know to be suffering for nothing but loving the word of God and obeying yours. You will be pleased, Monseigneur, so to act that it be not said that separation has made you forget your most humble and most obedient subject and sister, Marguerite." We can discover no trace of any reply whatever from Francis I. According to most of the documentary evidence, uncertainty lasted for 3 days. Berquin persisted in his resolution. "No," he to his friend Bude, who again came to the prison, "I would rather endure death than give my approval, even by silence only to condemnation of the truth." The president of the court went once more to pay him a visit, and asked him if he held to his appeal. Berquin said yes. The court revised its original sentence, and for the penalty of perpetual imprisonment substituted that of the stake. On the 22d of April, 1529, according to most of the documents, but on the 17th, according to the Journal d'un Bourgeois de Paris, which the details of the last days render highly improbable, the officers of Parliament entered Berquin's gloomy chamber. He rose quietly and went with them. The procession set out, and at about 3 arrived at the Place de Greve, where the stake was ready. "Berquin had a gown of velvet, garments of satin and damask, and hosen of gold thread," says the Bourgeois de Paris. "Alas!" said some as they saw him pass, "he is of noble lineage, a mighty great scholar, expert in science and subtle withal, and nevertheless he hath gone out of his senses." We borrow the account of his actual death from a letter of Erasmus, written on the evidence of an eye witness. "Not a symptom of agitation appeared either in his face or the attitude of his body; he had the bearing of a man who is meditating in his cabinet on the subject of his studies, or in a temple on the affairs of heaven. Even when the executioner, in a rough voice, proclaimed his crime and its penalty, the constant serenity of his features was not at all altered. When the order was given him to dismount from the tumbrel, he obeyed cheerfully, without hesitating. Nevertheless, he had not about him any of that audacity, that arrogance, which, in the case of malefactors, is sometimes bred of their natural savagery. Everything about him bore evidence to the tranquillity of a good conscience. Before he died, he made a speech to the people, but none could hear him, so great was the noise which the soldiers made, according, it is said, to the orders they had received. When the cord which bound him to the post suffocated his voice, not a soul in the crowd ejaculated the name of Jesus, whom it is customary to invoke, even in favor of parricides and the sacrilegious, to such extent was the multitude excited against him by those folks who are to be found everywhere, and who can do anything with the feelings of the simple and ignorant." Theodore de Beze adds that the grand penitentiary of Paris, Merlin, who was present at the execution, said, as he withdrew from the still smoking stake, "I never saw any one die more Christianly." The impressions and expressions of the crowd, as they dispersed, were very diverse, but the majority cried, "He was a heretic." Others said, "God is the only just judge, and happy is the man whom he absolves." Some said below their breath, "It is only through the cross that Christ will triumph in the kingdom of the Gauls." A man went up to the Franciscan monk who had placed himself at Berquin's side in the procession, and had entreated him without getting from him anything but silence, and asked him, "Did Berquin say that he had erred?" "Yes, certainly," answered the monk, "and I doubt not but that his soul hath departed in peace." This expression was reported to Erasmus, but "I don't believe it," said he; "it is the story that these fellows are obliged to invent, after their victim's death, to appease the wrath of the people." Section 24 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 30. Francis I. and the Reformation, Part 4. We have dwelt in detail upon these two martyrs, Leclerc and Berquin, the wool carder and the scholarly gentleman, because they are faithful and vivid representatives of the two classes amongst which, in the 16th century, the Reformation took root in France. It had a double origin, morally and socially, one amongst the people and the other amongst the aristocratic and the learned. It was not national, nor was it embraced by the government of the country. Persecution was its first and its only destiny in the reign of Francis I., and it went through the ordeal with admirable courage and patience. It resisted only in the form of martyrdom. We will give no more of such painful and hideous pictures. In connection with this subject, and as regards the latter portion of this reign, we will dwell upon only those general facts which bear the impress of public morals and the conduct of the government rather than of the fortunes and the feelings of individuals. It was after Francis I.'s time that the Reformation, instead of confining itself to submitting with dignity to persecution, made a spirited effort to escape from it by becoming a political party and taking up, in France, the task of the opposition, a liberal and an energetic opposition, which claims its rights and its securities. It then took its place in French history as a great public power, organized and commanded by great leaders, and no longer as a multitude of scattered victims falling one after another, without a struggle, beneath the blows of their persecutors. The martyrdom of Berquin put a stop to the attempt at quasi tolerance in favor of aristocratic and learned reformers which Francis I. had essayed to practise. After having twice saved Berquin from a heretic's doom, he failed to save him ultimately; and, except the horrible details of barbarity in the execution, the scholarly gentleman received the same measure as the wool carder, after having been, like him, true to his faith and to his dignity as a man and a Christian. Persecution thenceforward followed its course without the king putting himself to the trouble of applying the drag for anybody. His sister Marguerite alone continued to protect, timidly and dejectedly, those of her friends amongst the Reformers whom she could help or to whom she could offer an asylum in Bearn, without embroiling herself with the king her brother and with the Parliaments. We will not attempt to enumerate the martyrdoms which had to be undergone by the persevering Reformers in France between 1529 and 1547, from the death of Louis de Berquin to that of Francis I. The task would be too long, and intermingled with too many petty questions of dates or proper names. We will confine ourselves to quoting some local computations and to conning over the great historic facts which show to what extent the persecution was general and unrelenting, though it was ineffectual. In the end, to stifle the Reformation and to prevent the bursting out of those religious wars which, from the death of Francis I. to the accession of Henry IV., smothered France in disaster, blood, and crime. In the reign of Francis I., from 1524 to 1547, 81 death sentences for heresy were executed. At Paris only, from the 10th of November to the 2nd of May, a space of some 6 months, 102 sentences to death by fire for heresy were pronounced. 27 were executed, 2 did not take place, because those who ought to have undergone them denounced other Reformers to save themselves, and 73 succeeded in escaping by flight. The Journal d'un Bourgeois de Paris, pages 444 to 450, does not mention sentences to lesser penalties. In a provincial town, whose history one of its most distinguished inhabitants, M. Boutiot, has lately written from authentic documents and local traditions, at Troyes, in fact, in 1542 and 1546, 2 burgesses, one a clerk and the other a publisher, were sentenced to the stake and executed for the crime of heresy. On an appeal being made by the publisher, Mas Moreau, the Parliament of Paris confirmed the sentence pronounced by the bailiff's court," and he underwent his punishment on the Place Saint Pierre with the greatest courage. The decree of the Parliament contains the most rigorous enactments against books in the French language treating of religious matters; and it enjoins upon all citizens the duty of denouncing those who, publicly or not, make profession of the new doctrine. "The Lutheran propaganda," say the documents, "is in great force throughout the diocese. It exercises influence not only on the class of artisans, but also amongst the burgesses. Doubt has made its way into many honest souls. The Reformation has reached so far even where the schism is not complete. Catholic priests profess some of the new doctrines, at the same time that they remain attached to their offices. Many bishops declare themselves partisans of the Reformist doctrines. The Protestant worship, however, is not yet openly conducted. The mass of the clergy do not like to abandon the past; they cling to their old traditions, and if they have renounced certain abuses, they yield only on a few points of little importance. The new ideas are spreading, even in the country. Statues representing the Virgin and the saints are often broken, and these deeds are imputed to those who have adopted the doctrines of Luther and of Calvin. A Notre Dame de Pitié, situated at the Hotel Dieu le Comte, was found with its head broken. This event excites to madness the Catholic population. The persecutions continue." Many people emigrated for fear of the stake. "From August 1552 to the 6th of January, 1555," says the chronicler, "Troyes loses in consequence of exile, probably voluntary, a certain number of its best inhabitants," and he names 13 families with the style and title of "noblemen." He adds, "There is scarcely a month in the year when there are not burned 2 or 3 heretics at Paris, Meaux, and Troyes, and sometimes more than a dozen." Troyes contained, at that time, says M. Boutiot, 18,285 inhabitants, counting 5 persons to a household. Many other provincial towns offered the same spectacle. During the long truce which succeeded the peace of Cambrai, from 1532 to 1536, it might have been thought for a while that the persecution in France was going to be somewhat abated. Policy obliged Francis I. to seek the support of the Protestants of Germany against Charles V. He was incessantly fluctuating between that policy and a strictly Catholic and papal policy. By marrying his son Henry, on the 28th of October, 1533, to Catherine de' Medici, niece of Pope Clement VII., he seemed to have decided upon the latter course. But he had afterwards made a movement in the contrary direction. Clement VII. had died on the 26th of September, 1524; Paul III. had succeeded him, and Francis I. again turned towards the Protestants of Germany. He entered into relations with the most moderate amongst their theologians, with Melancthon, Bucer, and Sturm. There was some talk of conciliation, of a re establishment of peace and harmony in the church. Nor did the king confine himself to speaking by the mouths of diplomatists. He himself wrote to Melancthon on the 23d of June, 1535, "It is some time now since I heard from William de Bullet, my chamberlain and councillor, of the zeal with which you are exerting yourself to appease the altercations to which Christian doctrine has given rise. I now hear that you are very much disposed to come to us for to confer with some of our most distinguished doctors as to the means of re establishing in the church that sublime harmony which is the chief of all my desires. Come, then, either in an official capacity or in your own private character; you will be most welcome to me, and you shall in either case have proof of the interest I feel in the glory of your own Germany and in the peace of the world." Melancthon had indeed shown an inclination to repair to Paris. He had written on the 9th of May, 1535, to his friend Sturm, "I will not let myself be stopped by domestic ties or by fear of danger; there is no human greatness before which I do not prefer Christ's glory. One thought alone gives me pause: I doubt my ability to do any good. I fear it is impossible to obtain from the king that which I regard as necessary for the Lord's glory and for the peace of France. You know that kingdom; pronounce your judgment. If you think that I shall do well to undertake the journey, I am off." Melancthon had good reason to doubt whether success, such as he deemed necessary, were possible. Whilst Francis I. was making all these advances to the Protestants of Germany, he was continuing to proceed against their brother Christians in France more bitterly and more flagrantly than ever. Two recent events had very much envenomed party feeling between the French Catholics and Reformers, and the king had been very much compromised in this fresh crisis of the struggle. In 1534, the lawless insurrection of Anabaptists and peasants, which had so violently agitated Germany in 1525, began again. The insurgents seized the town of Munster, in Westphalia, and there renewed their attempt to found the kingdom of Israel, with community of property and polygamy. As in 1525, they were promptly crushed by the German princes, Catholic and Protestant, of the neighborhood; but their rising had created some reverberation in France, and the Reformers had been suspected of an inclination to take part in it. "It is said," wrote the Chancellor de Granville in January, 1535, to the ambassador of France at the court of Charles V., "that the number of the strayed from the faith in France and the danger of utter confusion are very great. The enterprise of the said strayed, about which you write to me, to set fire to the churches and pillage the Louvre, proves that they were in great force. Please God, the king may be able to apply a remedy." The accusation was devoid of all foundation. But nothing is absurd in the eyes of party hatred and suspicion, and an incident, almost contemporaneous with the fresh insurrection of the Anabaptists, occurred to increase the king's wrath, as well as the people's, against the Reformers, and to rekindle the flames of persecution. On the 24th of October, 1534, placards against the mass, transubstantiation, and the regimen as well as the faith of the Catholic church were posted up during the night in the thoroughfares of Paris, and at Blois on the very chamber door of Francis I., whose first glance, when he got up in the morning, they caught. They had been printed at Neufchatel in Switzerland, where the influence of the refugee William Farel was strong, and their coarse violence of expression could not fail to excite the indignation of even the most indifferent Catholics. In their fanatical blindness, factions say only what satisfy their own passions, without considering moral propriety or the effect which will be produced by their words upon the feelings of their adversaries, who also have creeds and passions. Francis I., equally shocked and irritated, determined to give the Catholic faith striking satisfaction, and Protestant audacity a bloody lesson. On the 21st of January, 1535, a solemn procession issued from the church of Saint Germain Auxerrois. John du Bellay, Bishop of Paris, held in his hands the Holy Sacrament, surrounded by the three sons of France and the Duc de Vendome, who were the dais bearers, and the king walked behind, with a taper in his hand, between the Cardinals of Bourbon and Lorraine. At each halting place he handed his taper to the Cardinal of Lorraine, folded his hands, and, humbly prostrating himself, implored divine mercy for his people. After the procession was over, the king, who had remained to dine with John du Bellay, assembled in the great hall of the palace the heads of all the companies, and, taking his place on a sort of throne which had been prepared for him, said, "Whatever progress may have already been made by the pest, the remedy is still easy if each of you, devoured by the same zeal as I, will forget the claims of flesh and blood to remember only that he is a Christian, and will denounce without pity all those whom he knows to be partisans or favorers of heresy. As for me, if my arm were gangrened, I would have it cut off, though it were my right arm; and if my sons who hear me were such wretches as to fall into such execrable and accursed opinions, I would be willing to give them up to make a sacrifice of them to God." On the 29th of January there was published an edict which sentenced concealers of heretics, "Lutheran or other," to the same penalties as the said heretics, unless they denounced their guests to justice; and a quarter of the property to be confiscated was secured to the denouncers. 15 days previously, Francis I. had signed a decree still stranger for a king who was a protector of letters. He ordered the abolition of printing, that means of propagating heresies, and "forbade the printing of any book, on pain of the halter." 6 weeks later, however, on the 26th of February, he became ashamed of such an act, and suspended its execution indefinitely. Punishments in abundance preceded and accompanied the edicts. From the 10th of November, 1534, to the 3rd of May, 1535, 24 heretics were burned alive in Paris, without counting many who were sentenced to less cruel penalties. The procedure had been made more rapid. The police commissioner of the Chatelet dealt with cases summarily, and the Parliament confirmed. The victims had at first been strangled before they were burned; they were now burned alive, after the fashion of the Spanish Inquisition. The convicts were suspended by iron chains to beams which alternately "hoisted" and "lowered" them over the flames until the executioner cut the cord to let the sufferer fall. The evidence was burned together with the convicts. It was undesirable that the Reformers should be able to make a certified collection of their martyrs' acts and deeds. After a detailed and almost complacent enumeration of all these executions, we find in the Journal d'un Bourgeois de Paris this paragraph: "The rumor was, in June, 1535, that Pope Paul III., being advertised of the execrable and horrible justice which the king was doing upon the Lutherans in his kingdom, did send word to the King of France that he was advertised of it, and that he was quite willing to suppose that he did it in good part, as he still made use of the beautiful title he had, to be called the Most Christian King. Nevertheless, God the Creator, when he was in this world, made more use of mercy than of rigorous justice, which should never be used rigorously, and that it was a cruel death to burn a man alive because he might have to some extent renounced the faith and the law. Wherefore the pope did pray and request the king, by his letters, to be pleased to mitigate the fury and rigor of his justice by granting grace and pardon. The king, wishing to follow the pope's wishes, according as he sent him word by his letters patent, sent word to the court of Parliament not to proceed any more with such rigor as they had shown heretofore. For this cause were there no more rigorous proceedings on the part of justice." End of section 24. Section 25 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 30. Francis I. and the Reformation, Part 5. Search has been made to discover whether the assertion of the Bourgeois de Paris has any foundation, whether Pope Paul III. really did write in June, 1535, the letter attributed to him, and whether its effect was, that the king wrote to Parliament not to proceed against the Reformers "with such rigor." No proof has, however, been obtained as to the authenticity of the pope's letter, and in any case it was not very effectual, for the same Bourgeois de Paris reports that in September, 1535, 3 months after that, according to him, it was written, "Two fellows, makers of silk ribbons and tissues, were burned all alive, one in the Place Maubert and the other in St. John's Cemetery, as Lutherans, which they were. They had handed over to their host at Paris some Lutheran books to take care of, saying, 'Keep this book for us while we go into the city and show it to nobody.' When they were gone, this host was not able to refrain from showing this book to a certain priest, the which, after having looked at it, said incontinently, 'This is a very wicked book, and proscribed.' Then the said host went to the commissioner of police to reveal that he had such and such a book of such an one, the which sent forthwith to the house of the said host to take off and carry the said two fellows to the Chatelet. Being questioned, they confessed the state of the case. Whereupon, by sentence of the said commissioner, confirmed by decree, "they made honorable amends in front of the church of Notre Dame de Paris, had their tongues cut out, and were burned all alive and with unshaken obstinacy." Proceedings and executions, then, did not cease, even in the case of the most humble class of Reformers, and at the very moment when Francis I. was exerting himself to win over the Protestants of Germany with the cry of conciliation and re establishment of harmony in the church. Melancthon, Bucer, and Luther himself had allowed themselves to be tempted by the prospect. But the German politicians, princes, and councillors were more clear sighted. "We at Augsburg," wrote Seiler, deputy from that city, "know the King of France well; he cares very little for religion, or even for morality. He plays the hypocrite with the pope, and gives the Germans the smooth side of his tongue, thinking of nothing but how to cheat them of the hopes he gives them. His only aim is to crush the emperor." The attempt of Francis I. thus failed, first in Germany, and then at Paris also, where the Sorbonne was not disposed, any more than the German politicians were, to listen to any talk about a specious conciliation; and the persecution resumed its course in France, paving the way for civil war. The last and most atrocious act of persecution in the reign of Francis I. was directed not against isolated individuals, but against a whole population, harried, despoiled, and banished or exterminated on account of heresy. About the year 1525, small churches of Reformers began to assume organization between the Alps and the Jura. Something was there said about Christians who belonged to the Reformation without ever having been reformed. It was said that in certain valleys of the Piedmontese Alps and Dauphiny and in certain quarters of Provence there were to be found believers who for several centuries had recognized no authority save that of the Holy Scriptures. Some called them Vaudians or Valdensians, others poor of Lyons, others Lutherans. The rumor of the Reformation was heard in their valleys, and created a lively emotion amongst them. One of them determined to go and see what this Reformation was, and he returned to his valleys with good news and with pious books. Regular relations were from that time established between the Reformers of Switzerland, France, and Germany, and the Christian shepherds of these mountains. Visits were exchanged. Farel and Saunier went amongst the Vaudians and conversed with them about their common faith, common in spite of certain differences. Rustic conferences, composed of the principal landholders, barbas or pastors, and simple members of the faithful, met more than once in the open air under the pines of their mountains. The Vaudians of Provence had been settled there since the end of the 13th century, and in the course of the 14th other Vaudians from Dauphiny and even from Calabria had come thither to join them. "Their barbas," says a contemporary monk, "used to preside at their exercises of religion, which were performed in secret. As they were observed to be quiet and circumspect, as they faithfully paid taxes, tithe, and seignorial dues, and as they were besides very laborious, they were not troubled on the score of their habits and doctrines." Their new friends from Switzerland and Germany reproached them with concealment of their faith and worship. As soon as they had overtly separated from the Roman Church, persecution began. Francis I. checked its first excesses, but it soon began again. The episcopal prisons were filled with Vaudians, who bristled at the summons to abjure; and on the 29th of March, 1535, 13 of them were sentenced to be burned alive. Pope Paul III. complained to Francis I. of their obstinacy. The king wrote about it to the Parliament of Aix. The Parliament ordered the lords of the lands occupied by the Vaudians to force their vassals to abjure or leave the country. When cited to appear before the court of Aix to explain the grounds of their refusal, several declined. The court sentenced them, in default, to be burned alive. Their friends took up arms and went to deliver the prisoners. Merindol was understood to be the principal retreat of the sectaries. By decree of November 18, 1540, the Parliament ordered that "the houses should be demolished and razed to the ground, the cellars filled up, the woods cut down, the trees of the gardens torn up, and that the lands of those who had lived in Merindol should not be able to be farmed out to anybody, whatever of their family or name." In the region of Parliament itself, complaints were raised against such hardships. The premier president, Barthélemy Chasseneux, was touched, and adjourned the execution of the decree. The king commissioned William du Bellay to examine into the facts. The report of du Bellay was favorable to the Vaudians, as honest, laborious, and charitable farmers, discharging all the duties of civil life; but at the same time he acknowledged that they did not conform to the laws of the church, that they did not recognize the pope or the bishops, that they prayed in the vulgar tongue, and that they were in the habit of choosing certain persons from amongst themselves to be their pastors. On this report, Francis I., by a declaration of February 18, 1541, pardoned the Vaudians for all that had been irregular in their conduct, on condition that, within the space of 3 months, they should abjure their errors; and he ordered the Parliament to send to Aix deputies from their towns, burghs, and villages to make abjuration in the name of all, at the same time authorizing the Parliament to punish, according to the ordinances, those who should refuse to obey, and to make use, if need were, of the services of the soldiery. Thus persecuted and condemned for their mere faith, undemonstrative as it was, the Vaudians confined themselves to asking that it might be examined and its errors pointed out. Those of Merindol and those of Cabrières in the countship of Venasque drew up their profession of faith and sent it to the king and to 2 bishops of the province, Cardinal Sadolet, Bishop of Carpentras, and John Dorandy, Bishop of Cavaillon, whose equity and moderation inspired them with some confidence. Cardinal Sadolet did not belie their expectation; he received them with kindness, discussed with them their profession of faith, pointed out to them diverse articles which might be remodelled without disavowing the basis of their creed, and assured them that it would always be against his sentiments to have them treated as enemies. "I am astonished," he wrote to the pope, "that these folks should be persecuted when the Jews are spared." The Bishop of Cavaillon testified towards them a favor less unalloyed. "I was quite sure," said he, "that there was not so much mischief amongst you as was supposed. However, to calm men's minds, it is necessary that you should submit to a certain appearance of abjuration." "But what would you have us abjure, if we are already within the truth?" "It is but a simple formality that I demand of you. I do not require, in your case, notary or signature. If you are unwilling to assent to this abjuration, none can argue you into it." "We are plain men, Monseigneur; we are unwilling to do anything to which we cannot assent." And they persisted in their refusal to abjure. Cardinal Sadolet was summoned to Rome, and the premier president Chassaneuz died suddenly. His successor, John de Maynier, Baron of Oppede, was a violent man, passionately bigoted, and, moreover, it is said, a personal enemy of the Vaudians of Cabrières, on which his estates bordered. He recommenced against them a persecution which was at first covert; they had found protectors in Switzerland and in Germany. At the instance of Calvin, the Swiss Protestant cantons and the German princes assembled at Schmalkalden wrote to Francis I. in their favor. It was to his interest to humor the Protestants of Germany, and that fact turned out to the advantage of the Vaudians of Provence; and on the 14th of June, 1544, he issued an edict which, suspending the proceedings commenced against them, restored to them their privileges, and ordered such of them as were prisoners to be set at large. "And as the attorney general of Provence," it goes on to say, "is related to the Archbishop of Aix, their sworn enemy, there will be sent in his place a councillor of the court for to inform me of their innocence." But some months later the peace of Crespy was made, and Francis I. felt no longer the same solicitude about humoring the Protestants of Switzerland and Germany. Baron d'Oppede zealously resumed his work against the Vaudians. He accused them of intriguing with foreign Reformers, and of designing to raise 15,000 men to surprise Marseilles and form Provence into a republic. On the 1st of January, 1545, Francis I. signed, without reading it, they say, the revocation of his edict of 1544, and ordered execution of the decree issued by the Parliament of Aix, dated November 18, 1540, on the subject of the Vaudians, "notwithstanding all letters of grace posterior to that epoch, and ordered the governor of the province to give, for that purpose, the assistance of the strong hand to justice." The duty of assisting justice was assigned to Baron d'Oppede; and from the 7th to the 25th of April, 1545, 2 columns of troops, under the orders respectively of Oppede himself and Baron de la Garde, ravaged with fire and sword the 3 districts of Merindol, Cabrières, and Lacoste, which were peopled chiefly by Vaudians. We shrink from describing in detail all the horrors committed against a population without any means of self defence by troops giving free rein to their brutal passions and gratifying the hateful passions of their leaders. In the end, 3 small towns and 22 villages were completely sacked. 763 houses, 89 cattle sheds, and 31 barns burned, 3,000 persons massacred, 255 executed subsequently to the massacre, after a mockery of trial, 600 or 700 sent to the galleys, many children sold for slaves, and the victors, on retiring, left behind them a double ordinance from the Parliament of Aix and the vice legate of Avignon, dated the 24th of April, 1545, forbidding "that any one, on pain of death, should dare to give asylum, aid, or succor, or furnish money or victuals to any Vaudian or heretic." It is said that Francis I., when near his end, repented of this odious extermination of a small population, which, with his usual fickleness and carelessness, he had at one time protected, and at another abandoned to its enemies. Amongst his last words to his son Henry II. Was an exhortation to cause an inquiry to be made into the iniquities committed by the Parliament of Aix in this instance. It will be seen, at the opening of Henry II.'s reign, what was the result of this exhortation of his father's. Calvin was lately mentioned as having pleaded the cause of the Vaudians, in 1544, amongst the Protestants of Switzerland and Germany. It was from Geneva, where he had lived and been the dominant spirit for many years, that the French Reformer had exercised such influence over the chiefs of the German Reformation in favor of that small population whose creed and morals had anticipated by several centuries the Reformation in the 16th century. He was born in 1509 at Noyon in Picardy, was brought up in the bosom of the Catholic church, and held a cure in 1527 at Pont l'Eveque, where he preached several times, "joyous and almost proud," as he said himself, "that a single dissertation had brought me a cure." In 1534, study, meditation on the Gospels, discussion of the religious and moral questions raised on every side, and the free atmosphere of the new spirit that was abroad, changed his convictions and his resolves. He abandoned the career of the law as well as that of the established church, resigned his cure at Pont l'Eveque, and devoted himself entirely to the work of the nascent and much opposed Reformation. Having a mind that was judicious and free from illusion in the very heat of passion, he soon saw to what an extent the success of the Reformation in France was difficult and problematical. In 1535, impressed by the obstacles it met with even more than by the dangers it evoked, he resolved to leave his country and go else whither in search of security, liberty, and the possibility of defending a cause which became the dearer to him in proportion as it was the more persecuted. He had too much sagacity not to perceive that he was rapidly exhausting his various places of asylum. Queen Marguerite of Navarre was unwilling to try too far the temper of the king her brother. Canon Louis du Tillet was a little fearful lest his splendid library should be somewhat endangered through the use made of it by his guest, who went about arguing or preaching in the vicinity of Angouleme. The queen's almoner, Gerard Roussel, considered that Calvin was going too far, and grew apprehensive lest, if the Reformation should completely succeed, it might suppress the bishopric of Oleron which he desired, and which, indeed, he at a later period obtained. Lefebvre of Etaples, who was the most of all in sympathy with Calvin, was 79 years old, and had made up his mind to pass his last days in peace. Calvin quitted Angouleme and Nerac, and went to pass some time at Poitiers, where the friends of the Reformation, assembling round him and hanging upon his words, for the first time celebrated the Lord's Supper in a grotto close to the town, which still goes by the name of Calvin's Grotto. Being soon obliged to leave Poitiers, Calvin went to Orleans, then secretly to Paris, then to Noyon to see his family once more, and set out at last for Strasbourg, already one of the strongholds of the Reformation, where he had friends, amongst others the learned Bucer, with whom he had kept up a constant correspondence. He arrived there at the beginning of the year 1535. But it was not at Strasbourg that he took up his quarters. He preferred Bâle, where also there was a reunion of men of letters, scholars, and celebrated printers, Erasmus, Simon Grinet (Grimius), and the Frobenz, and where Calvin calculated upon finding the leisure and aid he required for executing the great work he had been for some time contemplating, his Institution de la Religion Chrétienne, or Christian Institutes. This would not be the place, and we have no intention, to sum up the religious doctrines of that book. We might challenge many of them as contrary to the true meaning and moral tendency of Christianity, but we desire to set in a clear light their distinctive and original characteristics, which are those of Calvin himself in the midst of his age. These characteristics are revealed in the preface and even in the dedication of the book. It is to Francis I., the persecutor of the French Reformers, during one of the most cruel stages of the persecution, and at the very moment when he had just left his own country in order that he may live in security and speak with freedom, that Calvin dedicates his work. "Do not imagine," he says to the king, "that I am attempting here my own special defence in order to obtain permission to return to the country of my birth, from which, although I fear for it such human affection as is my bounden duty, yet, as things are now, I do not suffer any great anguish at being cut off. But I am taking up the cause of all the faithful, and even that of Christ, which is in these days so mangled and downtrodden in your kingdom that it seems to be in a desperate plight. And this has no doubt come to pass rather through the tyranny of certain Pharisees than of your own free will." Calvin was at the same time the boldest and the least revolutionary amongst the innovators of the 16th century; bold as a Christian thinker, but full of deference and consideration towards authority, even when he was flagrantly withdrawing himself from it. The idea of his book was at first exclusively religious, and intended for the bulk of the French Reformers. But at the moment when Calvin is about to publish it, prudence and policy recur to his mind, and it is to the King of France that he addresses himself. It is the authority of the royal persecutor that he invokes; it is the reason of Francis I. that he attempts to convince. He acts like a respectful and faithful subject, as well as an independent and innovating Christian. Section 26 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot. Translated by Robert Black. Chapter 30. Francis I. and the Reformation, Part 6. After having wandered for some time longer in Switzerland, Germany, and Italy, Calvin, in 1536, arrived at Geneva. It was at this time a small independent republic which had bravely emancipated itself from the domination of the Dukes of Savoy, and in which the Reformation had acquired strength, but it had not yet got rid of that lawless and precarious condition which is the first phase presented by revolutionary innovations after victory. Neither the political nor the religious community at Geneva had yet received any organization which could be called regular or regarded as definitive. The two communities had not yet understood and regulated their reciprocal positions and the terms on which they were to live together. All was ferment and haze in this little nascent state, as regarded the mental as well as the actual condition, when Calvin arrived there. His name was already almost famous there; he had given proofs of devotion to the cause of the Reformation; his book on the Institution de la Religion Chrétienne had just appeared; a great instinct for organization was strikingly evinced in it, at the same time that the dedication to Francis I. testified to a serious regard for the principle of authority and for its rights, as well as the part it ought to perform in human communities. Calvin had many friends in Switzerland, and they urged him to settle at once at Geneva, and to labor at establishing there Christian order in the Reformed Church simultaneously with its independence and its religious liberties in its relations with the civil estate. At first Calvin hesitated and resisted. He was one of those who take strict account, beforehand, of the difficulties to be encountered and the trials to be undergone in any enterprise for the success of which they are most desirous, and who inwardly shudder at the prospect of such a burden. But the Christian's duty, the Reformer's zeal, the lively apprehension of the perils which were being incurred by the cause of the Reformation, and the nobly ambitious hope of delivering it, these sentiments united prevailed over the first misgivings of that great and mighty soul, and Calvin devoted himself in Geneva to a work which, from 1536 to 1564, in a course of violent struggles and painful vicissitudes, was to absorb and rapidly consume his whole life. From that time forth a principle, we should rather say a passion, held sway in Calvin's heart, and was his guiding star in the permanent organization of the church which he founded, as well as in his personal conduct during his life. That principle is the profound distinction between the religious and the civil community. Distinction, we say, and by no means separation. Calvin, on the contrary, desired alliance between the two communities and the two powers, but each to be independent in its own domain, combining their action, showing mutual respect and lending mutual support. To this alliance he looked for the reformation and the moral discipline of the members of the church placed under the authority of its own special religious officers and upheld by the indirect influence of the civil power. In this principal and this fundamental labor of Calvin's there were two new and bold reforms attempted in the very heart of the great Reformation in Europe, and over and above the work of its first promoters. Henry VIII., on removing the Church of England from the domination of the papacy, had proclaimed himself its head, and the Church of England had accepted this royal supremacy. Zwingle, when he provoked in German Switzerland the rupture with the Church of Rome, had approved of the arrangement that the sovereign authority in matters of religion should pass into the hands of the civil powers. Luther himself, at the same time that he reserved to the new German Church a certain measure of spontaneity and liberty, had placed it under the protection and preponderance of laic sovereigns. In this great question as to the relations between church and state, Calvin desired and did more than his predecessors. Even before he played any considerable part in the European Reformation, as soon as he heard of Henry VIII.'s religious supremacy in England, he had strongly declared against such a regimen. With an equitable spirit rare in his day, and in spite of his contest with the Church of Rome, he was struck with the strength and dignity conferred upon that church by having an existence distinct from the civil community, and by the independence of its head. When he himself became a great reformer, he did not wish the Reformed Church to lose this grand characteristic. Whilst proclaiming it evangelical, he demanded for it, in matters of faith and discipline, the independence and special authority which had been possessed by the primitive church. And in spite of the resistance often shown to him by the civil magistrates, in spite of the concessions he was sometimes obliged to make to them, he firmly maintained this principle, and he secured to the Reformed Church of Geneva, in purely religious questions and affairs, the right of self-government, according to the faith and the law as they stand written in the holy books. He at the same time put in force in this church a second principle of no less importance. In the course of ages, and by a series of successive modifications, some natural and others factitious and illegitimate, the Christian church had become, so to speak, cut in two, into the ecclesiastical community and the religious community, the clergy and the worshippers. In the Catholic Church the power was entirely in the hands of the clergy. The ecclesiastical body completely governed the religious body; and whilst the latter was advancing more and more in laic ideas and sentiments, the former remained even more and more distinct and sovereign. The German and English Reformations had already modified this state of things, and given to the lay community a certain portion of influence in religious questions and affairs. Calvin provided for the matter in a still more direct and effectual fashion, not only as regarded affairs in general, but even the choice of pastors. He gave admission to laymen, in larger number too than that of the ecclesiastics, into the consistories and synods, the governing authorities in the Reformed Church. He thus did away with the separation between the clergy and the worshippers. He called upon them to deliberate and act together, and he secured to the religious community, in its entirety, their share of authority in the affairs and fortunes of the church. Thus began at Geneva, under the inspiration and through the influence of Calvin, that ecclesiastical organization which, developing, completing, and modifying itself according to the requirements of places and times, became, under the name of Presbyterian regimen, the regimen of the Reformed churches in France, French Switzerland, Holland, Scotland, and amongst a considerable portion of the Protestant population in England and in the United States of America; a regimen evangelical in origin and character, republican in some of its maxims and institutions, but no stranger to the principle of authority, one which admitted of discipline and was calculated for duration, and which has kept for 3 centuries, amongst the most civilized people, a large measure of Christian faith, ecclesiastical order, and civil liberty. It was a French refugee who instituted in a foreign city this regimen, and left it as a legacy to the French Reformation and to the numerous Christian communities who were eager to adopt it. It is on this ground that Calvin takes a place in the history of France, and has a fair right to be counted amongst the eminent men who have carried to a distance the influence, the language, and the fame of the country in the bosom of which it was not permitted them to live and labor. In 1547, when the death of Francis I. was at hand, that ecclesiastical organization of Protestantism which Calvin had instituted at Geneva was not even begun in France. The French Protestants were as yet but isolated and scattered individuals, without any bond of generally accepted and practised faith or discipline, and without any eminent and recognized heads. The Reformation pursued its course, but a Reformed Church did not exist; and this confused mass of Reformers and Reformed had to face an old, a powerful, and a strongly constituted Church, which looked upon the innovators as rebels over whom it had every right as much as against them it had every arm. In each of the two camps prevailed errors of enormous magnitude and fruitful of fatal consequences. Catholics and Protestants both believed themselves to be in exclusive possession of the truth, of all religious truth, and to have the right of imposing it by force upon their adversaries the moment they had the power. Both were strangers to any respect for human conscience, human thought, and human liberty. Those who had clamored for this on their own account when they were weak had no regard for it in respect of others when they felt themselves to be strong. On the side of the Protestants the ferment was at full heat, but as yet vague and unsettled. On the part of the Catholics the persecution was unscrupulous and unlimited. Such was the position and such the state of feeling in which Francis I, at his death on the 31st of March, 1547, left the two parties that had already been at grips during his reign. He had not succeeded either in reconciling them or in securing the triumph of that which had his favor and the defeat of that which he would have liked to vanquish. That was, in nearly all that he undertook, his fate. He lacked the spirit of sequence and steady persistence, and his merits as well as his defects almost equally urged him on to rashly attempt that which he only incompletely executed. He was neither prudent nor persevering, and he may be almost said to have laid himself out to please everybody rather than to succeed in one and the same great purpose. A short time before his death, a Venetian ambassador who had resided a long while at his court, Marino Cavalli, drew up and forwarded to the Senate of Venice a portrait of him so observantly sketched and so full of truth that it must be placed here side by side with the more exacting and more severe judgment already pronounced here touching this brilliant but by no means far-sighted or effective king. "The king is now 50 years of age. His aspect is in every respect kingly, insomuch that, without ever having seen his face or his portrait, any one, on merely looking at him, would say at once, 'That is the king.' All his movements are so noble and majestic that no prince could equal them. His constitution is robust, in spite of the excessive fatigue he has constantly undergone and still undergoes in so many expeditions and travels. He eats and drinks a great deal, sleeps still better, and, what is more, dreams of nothing but leading a jolly life. He is rather fond of being an exquisite in his dress, which is slashed and laced, and rich with jewelry and precious stones. Even his doublets are daintily worked and of golden tissue. His shirt is very fine, and it shows through an opening in the doublet, according to the fashion of France. This delicate and dainty way of living contributes to his health. In proportion as the king bears bodily fatigue well, and endures it without bending beneath the burden, in the same proportion do mental cares weigh heavily upon him, and he shifts them almost entirely on to the Cardinal de Tournon and Admiral Annebault. He takes no resolve, he makes no reply without having had their advice; and if ever, which is very rare, an answer happens to be given or a concession made without having received the approval of these two advisers, he revokes it or modifies it. But, in what concerns the great affairs of state, peace or war, his Majesty, docile as he is in everything else, will have the rest obedient to his wishes. In that case there is nobody at court, whatever authority he may possess, who dare gainsay his Majesty. This prince has a very sound judgment and a great deal of information. There is no sort of thing, or study or art, about which he cannot converse very much to the point. It is true that when people see how, in spite of his knowledge and his fine talk, all his warlike enterprises have turned out ill, they say that all his wisdom lies on his lips and not in his mind. But I think that the calamities of this king come from lack of men capable of properly carrying out his designs. As for him, he will never have anything to do with the execution, or even with the superintendence of it in any way. It seems to him quite enough to know his own part, which is to command and to supply plans. Accordingly, that which might be wished for in him is a little more care and patience, not by any means more experience and knowledge. His Majesty readily pardons offences, and he becomes heartily reconciled with those whom he has offended." It is said that at the close of his reign Francis I, in spite of all the resources of his mind and all his easygoing qualities, was much depressed, and that he died in sadness and disquietude as to the future. One may be inclined to think that in his egotism he was more sad on his own account than disquieted on that of his successors and of France. However that may be, he was assuredly far from foreseeing the terrible civil war which began after him, and the crimes, as well as disasters, which it caused. None of his more intimate circle was any longer in a position to excite his solicitude. His mother, Louise of Savoy, had died 16 years before him, September 22d, 1531; his most able and most wicked adviser, Chancellor Duprat, 12 years, July 29, 1535. His sister Marguerite survived him 2 years. She died December 21st, 1549, "disgusted with everything," say the historians, and "weary of life." Said she herself, "No father now have I, no mother, sister or brother. On God alone I now rely, who ruleth over earth and sky. O world, I say good bye to you, to relatives and friendly ties, to honors and to wealth, adieu. I hold them all for enemies." And yet Marguerite was loath to leave life. She had always been troubled at the idea of death. When she was spoken to about eternal life, she would shake her head sometimes, saying, "All that is true, but we remain a mighty long while dead underground before arriving there." When she was told that her end was near, she "considered that a very bitter word," saying that "she was not so old but that she might still live some years." She had been the most generous, the most affectionate, and the most lovable person in a family and a court which were both corrupt, and of which she only too often acquiesced in the weaknesses and even vices, though she always fought against their injustice and their cruelty. She had the honor of being the grandmother of Henry IV. Section 26. Section 27 of A Popular History of France, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 4, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 31. Henry II, 1547 to 1559, Part 1. Henry II had all the defects, and, with the exception of personal bravery, not one amongst the brilliant and amiable qualities of the king his father. Like Francis I., he was rash and reckless in his resolves and enterprises, but without having the promptness, the fertility, and the suppleness of mind which Francis I. displayed in getting out of the awkward positions in which he had placed himself, and in stalling off or mitigating the consequences of them. Henry was as cold and ungenial as Francis had been gracious and able to please. And whilst Francis I., even if he were a bad master to himself, was at any rate his own master, Henry II. Submitted without resistance, and probably without knowing it, to the influence of the favorite who reigned in his house as well as in his court, and of the advisers who were predominant in his government. Two facts will suffice to set in a clear light at the commencement of the new reign this regrettable analogy in the defects and this profound diversity in the mind, character, and conduct of the two kings. Towards the close of 1542, a grievous aggravation of the tax upon salt, called Babel, caused a violent insurrection in the town of Rochelle, which was exempted, it was said, by its traditional privileges from that impost. Not only was payment refused, but the commissioners were maltreated and driven away. Francis I. considered the matter grave enough to require his presence for its repression. He repaired to Rochelle with a numerous body of lanzknechts. The terrified population appeared to have determined upon submission, and, having assembled in a mass at the town hall, there awaited anxiously the king's arrival. On the 1st of January, 1543, Francis I. entered the town in state, surrounded by his escort. The people's advocate fell on his knees and appealed to the king's clemency in dealing with a revolt of which every one repented. The king, who was seated on a wooden boarding, rose up. "Speak we no more of revolt," said he. "I desire neither to destroy your persons nor to seize your goods, as was lately done by the Emperor Charles to the Ghentese, whereby his hands are stained with blood. I long more for the hearts of my subjects than for their lives and their riches. I will never at any time of my life think again of your offence, and I pardon you without accepting a single thing. I desire that the keys of your city and your arms be given back to you, and that you be completely reinstated in your liberties and your privileges." The cheers of the people responded to these words of the king. "I think I have won your hearts," said the king on retiring, "and I assure you, on the honor of a gentleman, that you have mine. I desire that you ring your bells, for you are pardoned." The Rochellese were let off for a fine of 200,000 francs, which the king gave to his keeper of the seals, Francis de Montholon, whom he wished to compensate for his good service. The keeper of the seals, in his turn, made a present of them to the town of Rochelle to found a hospital. But the ordinances as to the salt tax were maintained in principle, and their extension led some years afterwards to a rising of a more serious character, and very differently repressed. In 1548, hardly a year after the accession of Henry II., and in the midst of the rejoicings he had gone to be present at in the north of Italy, he received news at Turin to the effect that in Guienne, Angoumois, and Saintonge a violent and pretty general insurrection had broken out against the salt tax, which Francis I., shortly before his death, had made heavier in these provinces. The local authorities in vain attempted to repress the rising. The insurgent peasants scoured the country in strong bodies, giving free rein not only to their desires, but also to their revengeful feelings. The most atrocious excesses of which a mob is capable were committed. The director general of the Gabel was massacred cruelly, and 2 of his officers at Angouleme were strapped down stark naked on a table, beaten to death, and had their bodies cast into the river with the insulting remark, "Go, wicked Gabelers, and salt the fish of the Charente." The King of Navarre's lieutenant, being appealed to for aid, summoned, but to no purpose, the Parliament of Bordeaux. He was forced to take refuge in Chateau Trompette, and was massacred by the populace whilst he was trying to get out. The president of the Parliament, a most worthy magistrate, and very much beloved, it is said, by the people, only saved his own life by taking the oath prescribed by the insurgents. "This news," says Vieilleville in his contemporary Memoires, "grievously afflicted the king, and the Constable de Montmorency represented to him that it was not the first time that these people had been capricious, rebellious, and mutinous, for that in the reign of his lord and father, the late king, the Rochellese and surrounding districts had forgotten themselves in like manner. They ought to be exterminated, and, in the case of need, be replaced by a new colony, that they might never return. The said Sir Constable offered to take the matter in hand, and with 10 companies of the old hands whom he would raise in Piedmont, and as many lanzknechts, 1,000 men at arms all told, he promised to exact a full account, and satisfy his Majesty." Montmorency was as good as his word. When he arrived with his troops in Guienne, the people of Bordeaux, in a fit of terror, sent to Langon a large boat, most magnificently fitted up, in which were chambers and saloons emblazoned with the arms of the said Sir Constable, with 3 or 4 deputies to present it to him, and beg him to embark upon it and drop down to their city. He repulsed them indignantly. "Away, away," said he, "with your boat and your keys; I will have naught to do with them. I have others here with me which will make me other kind of opening than yours. I will have you all hanged. I will teach you to rebel against your king, and murder his governor and his lieutenant." And he did, in fact, enter Bordeaux on the 9th of October, 1548, by a breach which he had opened in the walls, and after having traversed the city between 2 lines of soldiers, and with his guns bearing on the suspected points, he ordered the inhabitants to bring all their arms to the citadel. Executions followed immediately after this moral as well as material victory. "More than 140 persons were put to death by various kinds of punishments," says Vieilleville, "and by a most equitable sentence, when the executioner had in his hands the 3 insurgents who had beaten to death and thrown into the river the 2 collectors of the Babel at Angouleme, he cast them all 3 into a fire which was ready at the spot, and said to them aloud, in conformity with the judgment against them, 'Go, rabid hounds, and grill the fish of the Charente, which ye salted with the bodies of the officers of your king and sovereign lord.' As to civil death, or loss of civil rights," adds Vieilleville, "nearly all the inhabitants made honorable amends in open street, on their knees, before the said lords at the window, crying mercy and asking pardon. and more than 100, because of their youth, were simply whipped. Astounding fines and interdictions were laid as well upon the body composing the court of Parliament as upon the town council and on a great number of private individuals. The very bells were not exempt from experiencing the wrath and vengeance of the prince, for not a single one remained throughout the city or in the open country, to say nothing of the clocks, which were not spared either, which was not broken up and confiscated to the king's service for his guns." The insurrection at Bordeaux against the Gabel in 1548 was certainly more serious than that of Rochelle in 1542. But it is also quite certain that Francis I. would not have set about repressing it as Henry II. did. He would have appeared there himself, and risked his own person instead of leaving the matter to the harshest of his lieutenants, and he would have more skilfully intermingled generosity with force, and kind words with acts of severity. And that is one of the secrets of governing. In 1549, scarcely 1 year after the revolt at Bordeaux, Henry II., then at Amiens, granted to deputies from Poitou, Rochelle, the district of Aunis, Limousin, Perigord, and Saintonge, almost complete abolition of the Babel in Guienne, which paid the king, by way of compensation, 200,000 crowns of gold for the expenses of war or the redemption of certain alienated domains. We may admit that on the day after the revolt the arbitrary and bloody proceedings of the Constable de Montmorency must have produced upon the insurgents of Bordeaux the effect of a salutary fright. But we may doubt whether so cruel a repression was absolutely indispensable in 1548, when in 1549 the concession demanded in the former year was to be recognized as necessary. According to de Thou and the majority of historians, it was on the occasion of the insurrection in Guienne against the Babel that Stephane de la Boetie, the young and intimate friend of Montaigne, wrote his celebrated Discours de la servitude volontaire, ou Le Contraint, an eloquent declamation against monarchy. But the testimony of Montaigne himself upsets the theory of this coincidence. Written in his own hand upon a manuscript, partly autograph, of the treatise by de la Boetie, is a statement that it was the work "of a lad of 16." De la Boetie was born at Sarlat on the 1st of November, 1530, and was therefore 16 in 1546, 2 years before the insurrection at Bordeaux. The Contraint, besides, is a work of pure theory and general philosophy, containing no allusion at all to the events of the day, to the sedition in Guienne no more than to any other. This little work owed to Montaigne's affectionate regard for its author a great portion of its celebrity. Published for the first time in 1578 in the Memoires de l'État de France, after having up to that time run its course without any author's name, any title, or any date, it was soon afterwards so completely forgotten that when, in the middle of the 17th century, Cardinal de Richelieu for the first time heard it mentioned, and "sent one of his gentlemen over the whole street of Saint Jacques to inquire for la servitude volontaire," all the publishers said, "We don't know what it is." The son of one of them recollected something about it, and said to the cardinal's gentleman, "Sir, there is a book fancier who has what you seek, but with no covers to it, and he wants 5 pistoles for it." "Very well," said the gentleman, and the Cardinal de Richelieu paid 50 francs for the pleasure of reading the little political pamphlet by "a lad of 16," which probably made very little impression upon him, but which, thanks to the elegance and vivacity of its style, and the affectionate admiration of the greatest independent thinker of the 16th century, has found a place in the history of French literature. History must do justice even to the men whose brutal violence she stigmatizes and reproves. In the case of Anne de Montmorency, it often took the form of threats intended to save him from the necessity of acts. When he came upon a scene of any great confusion and disorder, "Go hang me such a one," he would say, "tie yon fellow to that tree, dispatch this fellow with pikes and arquebuses, this very minute, right before my eyes, cut me in pieces all those rascals who chose to hold such a clock case as this against the king, burn me yonder village, light me up a blaze everywhere for a quarter of a mile all round." The same man paid the greatest attention to the discipline and good condition of his troops, in order to save the populations from their requisitions and excesses. On the 20th of November, 1549, he obtained and published at Paris, says de Thou, a proclamation from the king, doubling the pay of the men at arms, arquebusiers, and light horse, and forbidding them at the same time, on pain of death, to take anything without paying for it. A bad habit had introduced itself amongst the troops, whether they were going on service or returning, whether they were in the field or in winter quarters, of keeping themselves at the expense of those amongst whom they lived. Thence proceeded an infinity of irregularities and losses in the towns and in the country, wherein the people had to suffer at the hands of an insolent soldiery the same vexations as if it had been an enemy's country. Not only was a stop put to such excesses, but care was further taken that the people should not be oppressed under pretext of recruitments which had to be carried out." A nephew of the Constable de Montmorency, a young man of 23, who at a later period became Admiral de Coligny, was ordered to see to the execution of these protective measures, and he drew up, between 1550 and 1552, at first for his own regiment of foot, and afterwards as colonel general of this army, rules of military discipline which remained for a long while in force. There was war in the atmosphere. The king and his advisers, the court and the people, had their minds almost equally full of it, some in sheer dread, and others with an eye to preparation. The reign of Francis I. had ended mournfully. The peace of Crespy had hurt the feelings both of royalty and of the nation. Henry, now king, had as dauphin felt called upon to disavow it. It had left England in possession of Calais and Boulogne, and confirmed the dominion or ascendency of Charles V. in Germany, Italy, and Spain, on all the French frontiers. How was the struggle to be recommenced? What course must be adopted to sustain it successfully? To fall back upon, there were the 7 provincial legions, which had been formed by Francis I. for Normandy, Picardy, Burgundy, Dauphiny, and Provence united, Languedoc, Guienne, and Brittany. But they were not like permanent troops, drilled and always ready. They were recruited by voluntary enlistment. They generally remained at their own homes, receiving compensation at review time and high pay in time of war. The Constable de Montmorency had no confidence in these legions; he spoke of them contemptuously, and would much rather have increased the number of the foreign corps, regularly paid and kept up Swiss or lanzknechts. Two systems of policy and warfare, moreover, divided the king's council in two. Montmorency, now old and worn out in body and mind, he was born in 1492, and so was 60 in 1552, was for a purely defensive attitude, no adventures or battles to be sought, but victuals and all sorts of supplies to be destroyed in the provinces which might be invaded by the enemy, so that instead of winning victories there, he might not even be able to live there. In 1536 this system had been found successful by the Constable in causing the failure of Charles V.'s invasion of Provence; but in 1550 a new generation had come into the world, the court and the army. It comprised young men full of ardor and already distinguished for their capacity and valor. Francis de Lorraine, Duke of Guise, born at the castle of Bar February 17, 1519, was 31. His brother, Charles de Guise, Cardinal of Lorraine, was only 26. He was born at Joinville, February 17, 1524. Francis de Scepo, born at Dortal, Anjou, in 1510, who afterwards became Marshal de Vieilleville, was at this time nearly 40, but he had contributed in 1541 to the victory of Ceresole, and Francis I. had made so much of it that he had said on presenting him to his son Henry, "He is no older than you, and see what he has done already. If the wars do not swallow him up, you will some day make him constable or marshal of France." Gaspard de Coligny, born at Châtillon-sur-Loing, February 16, 1517, was 33, and his brother, Francis d'Andelot, born at Châtillon in 1521, 29. These men, warriors and politicians at one at the same time, in a high social position and in the flower of their age, could not reconcile themselves to the Constable de Montmorency's system, defensive solely and prudential to the verge of inertness. They thought that in order to repair the reverses of France, and for the sake of their own fame, there was something else to be done, and they impatiently awaited the opportunity. Section 27.